Now let me stop. I know y'all seen that. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about right here. I know y'all have seen this before. I know y'all have seen this before. Yo, he killed it. He killed it, man. I don't care what nobody say, man. He killed it. He killed that, man. He killed it. He killed it. He killed it. He killed it. He killed it, man. I don't care what nobody said. He killed it. He killed it. Anywho. Hey, man, he killed it. Let's put back the overlay on screen because everything is related right here. Let me put what did I had on screen? Here we go. Everything is related. Everything here is related. Everything here is related. Immigration crisis, the fertility rate. This tweet right here explains everything. Everything. Everything you need to see. Why they've been dragging their feet or trying to get the numbers up. This tweet right here explains everything. Now, I want you to look at this tweet. Save it if you need to, because that woman that posted that the tweet in and of itself, she got roasted so bad she she hid it. So people like we can't access her tweet no more. So we can't even bring it up. I can only show you the pictures and some of the replies. That's all I can do. I can't even show you the original tweet because she got roasted. She got roasted. And I even, I've been saying this for a minute too. When it comes to that, I showed the video of Orange Man saying, "Look, we still need immigrants. It's just we got to get the illegal ones out." So I'm like, they're still gonna be here. Basically, what he's saying is just not gonna, you know. So you'll have people like, man, we're cleaning this country up. I mean, yeah, are we? Are we? You know what I mean? But let's find that. I don't know. Maybe if we can find. Right here. Yes, yes. It popped up right on time, right here. I want to show you this, just for the conservatives, just to let y'all know, because the ICE stuff, that's whatever. They could have been done that. They could have been done that. I keep telling people the immigration crisis in and of itself, it's a front. It's a front. And I always use Italy as an example with the female prime minister that they got over there, that the Caucasian conservatives think is base. But let me show you something. This is what Trump said. This is actually another video of Trump talking about this. This is actually another video of Trump talking. I mean, Orange Man talking about this, right? Right here. Let me show y'all something. The program very. Hold on. Let me take the overlay out. Let's take away the overlay. Let's put this on for the normies. Right here. Fair use, by the way, fair use. Fair use.
The program very well. I use the program. Maitre d's, wine, experts, uh, even waiters, high quality waiters. You got to get the best people.
Hold on for a second. Did you guys hear that in the headphones? What in the hell was that? Let me just make sure that's not just me. Hold on.
Waiters, high quality waiters. You got to get the
Sure.
best people. I know the program very well. I use the program. Maitre d's, wine, experts, uh, even waiters, high quality waiters. You got to get the best people. I know the program very well. I use the program.
So basically, just in layman's terms, reading from the tweet, Orange Man is saying that as we mass deport migrant workers, we actually need to bring in more foreign workers who are maitre d's, wine experts, high quality waiters, like he did for his business, since there aren't enough Americans to hire for those jobs. Now, this is where I disagree. I believe we do have enough Americans to fill in these jobs. It's just the people that run these companies and corporations, they're always trying to do shortcuts. So instead of investing in the American people, what they do is they take the shortcut, take the migrant workers because they're willing to take less, pay them under the table, and then in your face talk about we need to invest in the American public, and they'll be conservatives too, but in the meantime they're doing this stuff under the table. And Orange Man included. Orange Man included. This is why I always believe this whole thing about immigrant crisis, this migrant workers, this. A lot of that is just in a front, and they're just saying that for votes. Same way. It's almost the same. It's almost like the equivalent for me when the liberals kind of speak on, they kind of tempt the normies with cancellation of student debt. That's never going to happen. Like that, it look like, and for people that are right leaning, we're just like, guys, they're not going to do that. But that's how I look at the conservatives when it comes to this this so-called immigrant crisis. And the reason why I bring up Italy is because the way Italy is set up, they could literally, if you look at the geography of Italy, the where their bases are set up, where their armies are set up, their patrols are set up, they could literally stop it. Is not isn't like the way it's set up, they could stop it. They just are gonna act like they don't know what's happening, and I can't believe this is happening, and then they'll work up the Italian citizens to work up a hatred for the people coming in, but really the people up top are just letting these people come in. And so then what they do, they'll sweep in and say, okay, we're going to kick them out, and we're going to have a better process. When but in the reality, you're still getting replaced, but it's just you're still getting replaced, but you're just getting legally replaced. You were just at first getting illegally replaced. Now you're just going to get legally, quote unquote, replaced. But we'll get into this. We'll definitely get into this in a later time. I have a lot of videos that I want the normies to react to before we even get into the main stuff. There's a lot of stuff there's a lot of videos to show. I got a lot to work with tonight. I got a lot to work with tonight. But let's start off with the rapper. Let's start off with the rapper. The obese rapper, the one that could barely walk. Let's start off with her. Let's start off with her. Technically, it should be like a main event type story, but I don't want to run a whole stream on her per se. I don't want to do that because I just it's just I'm not saying oh it's too easy. It's just I don't want to run a main event off of this, beluga well. I don't want to do that. But right here, we got Detroit rapper Dank Demoss filing discrimination lawsuit against Lyft after driver allegedly refused their service due to her size. And as we see here, look how ginormica she is. You know what I mean?
Tells us she was just trying to get to a Detroit Lions watch party this month when her Lyft rolled up.
As I'm walking, I see him like making faces or whatever. I'm like, oh man.
She already knew.
I can fit in this car.
Fair use, by the way. Fair use. Fair use. Shout out to Detroit. Y'all got to take this L. Another L for Detroit. Oh, my God. Was the Lions, 2 weeks ago with that L, and now Dank Demoss? Dank Demoss? I don't know how to say her name.
Believe me, it's him. Yes, I can.
Believe it. He told her there's not enough room in his car.
The kicker part was when he started to talk about his tires. I feel like that was a slap in the face. That was like my tires, like.
The driver said his tires could not handle her weight.
For every big person you turn down because they can't fit in your car?
Yeah, because they need to order the Uber XL.
You know what? I don't never have to order.
So yeah, I was just in contact with AJ, and we were speaking on this, and we came to that the same conclusion that basically, if we were the Lyft driver, like if I was a Lyft driver and AJ said the same thing, we were like, I would even have to explain myself. I'm not explaining myself. That's another thing that which I suffer from this too. Especially a lot of dudes, we always feel like we need to prove, we'll give people the benefit of the doubt. Like, oh, they might not understand why I'm stopping them from doing this and blah, blah, blah. But there's certain situations you shouldn't have to explain yourself. Because the situation is so obvious. It's actually, you're actually disrespecting yourself and the person for even having to explain why I can't let you in the car. Most times people, they just want to confirm the obvious. I don't know why. But it's almost as to be like, is that the validation of the rejection? So they don't have to think twice of why they had to do it. But, certain things like this, for example, I'll give you an example, right? I know I'm stretching this out, but I've already made a video about this. I dropped a video about this an hour ago if you guys want to watch it. But I remember when I was working at a spot years ago. And F it, I'll say it was when I was working at the theater. Right. So we got a complaint from a woman. She came to the front mind you, in the middle of the movie. It's the movie is in the middle of playing. Woman comes to the front. She's like, look, I try to ignore these kids, but they're just doing, and I know they're kids, but they're doing too much. Somebody's got to tell them to please, like, stop. And she didn't threaten anything. She just said, can you just please just tell them to stop talking? So we already know, like, uh-oh. And I already had an idea of what kids they were, because, you'll see these kids come in the theaters and they already, and, we know how they, when we were kids, we were doing the same thing, talking and all this nonsense. So we already know what's going on. So we go in there. It's like me and somebody else. And I had to speak to the kids. And she was like, oh yeah, it's the kids in this section, whatever. We go in there, and before we even start to explain ourselves, because we were going to be nice about it and be like, kids, stop talking, please, kids come, before we even before we even finish, one of the boys talks about, but we didn't even do anything. And that's where I was like, bruh. I was just like, so from right there, I was just like, okay, if this is what we're doing, all right, since we're gonna be playing stupid. All right. If we hear one more complaint for you, we're kicking you out. Bottom line. That's it. That's it. I don't even have to tell you, oh, somebody's been telling me that you guys been talking, because before I'm talking about, we didn't even finish explaining ourselves. And this boy, he's probably like what, 13 years old, 14 years old. And he's sitting there with his friends, a couple girls, couple boys, right? And we know what that is. But before we even finish, he's in denial mode already, trying to act like we crazy. And I'm like, all right, this is what we gonna stop doing. We get one more complaint from you guys, you're out. We're kicking you out. We kicking you out. We've done it before. Actually, I didn't even tell them we've done it before, because we've done. People know. People understand. We said, look, we hear one more thing from anybody else, and he tried to say something again. I said, bruh, stop, please. If we hear anything else, you guys are out. First of all, a woman in the middle of I'm talking about in the middle of a movie, they're not gonna leave in the middle of a movie for no reason. That's not gonna happen. Like, I remember, and I'll give you another. You don't. And when you're in those situations like that, you don't have to explain yourself. You don't. You just tell them, look, if we catch it again, we're kicking you out, or we're doing this. Because there's certain situations it's obvious, right? I'll give you another example. It was like two kids. I remember it was one little boy and one. I think it was a Transformer kid. I'm not even gonna hold you. I think because the kid looked like a Transformer, right? They were sitting together, kind of towards the front row. They had to leave their movie spot, and they came to the front desk like, look, these kids are throwing stuff at us. I'm like, what? Once I heard that, and then I saw them, and I was looking at the kid. I'm like, that kid look a little. He don't look like just a regular girl, a little girl. He looks in the middle. So then I was like, okay, what? I've never even heard this complaint before. So I'm like, this is bizarre. We go in the theater, it's just me. I go in there, and he slash she points to the people in the back, and I see who those kids are, and I'm like, oh, they not lying. And I said, look, stop throwing, but we didn't stop throwing stuff. We will kick you out. All we need to hear is one more complaint. You're out. Stopped it right there. And they stop protesting, because the more you explain yourself, they're just gonna use that against you. They're gonna start to act like, oh, let me reason back with you, even though they know they're in the wrong. Once you identify who's in the wrong there, you just stop it right there. You just stop it right there. I know I'm stretching this because I already did this video, but that's the point I want to hammer home. You really don't have to explain yourself to me. People know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. And shout out to Carlos X for commenting earlier. Shout out to anybody in Warband tuning in, checking in. We're gonna talk about Riley Gaines a little bit later, but it's gonna be it's gonna be something different, but it's gonna be definitely related to the immigration topic. Let me see. Carlos X had said earlier, he said they could thrive and live in a hobbit hole together in the Shire. I think he's talking about when I was talking about the immigrants earlier. Truth Hunter says, pissed off a lot of people in one video by saying she wouldn't fit in a dump truck. What do you expect him to do? Like, women like this, they know. They know. Like me, if I was a driver, I would have been like, bro, I'm gonna cancel your thing. I'm gonna get you a refund. Have a nice day, ma'am, and just move on. Like, there's no reasoning with that. The driver was being way too nice, but meanwhile, the driver think he's being nice. She's recording him. Nah. When you see the nonsense up front, you don't have to explain yourself. When she knows she in pure violation, that's why I always, recommend to some workers like that. You know what I mean? Let's keep it playing real quick.
Uber XL.
He apologized, canceled the ride, and left her there. The rapper says she's pretty tough. Dank Demoss, as she's known at the mic, is crushed by the whole situation.
You know what's crazy? This is what I believe. I believe if the Lyft driver was like a ninja, and if he outright said, "Man, we know we can't fit your fat ass in there," she wouldn't have recorded it and drove off. She wouldn't have recorded it. That's what he was supposed. That's what he was supposed to do. But him trying to explain himself and try to reason with not necessarily stupidity, but just you're reasoning with somebody that's not looking for reason to reason. If he had done my approach, he'd be fine. Lyft would be fine, because she'd be too embarrassed to record that. She'd be too embarrassed to even share that story. Because I done seen Lyft drivers turn down people for way less stuff. Taxi drivers turn down ninjas just for being ninjas, and we can't record that ish. But you trying to stay and trying to be nice and to somebody that's a flagrant, just a flagrant human being. If you see somebody that big, there's nothing. How can you say somebody is a disciplined person, somebody that's doing what they're supposed to do, if they can be that large? You know what I mean?
I just want them to know, like, it really hurt my feelings.
It looks like a Lyft might be hurting. Blanding tells us she was just trying to get to a Detroit.
It would be no different than a driver pulling up and saying, I don't want to have black people in my car, or I don't want to have Christians in my car or Muslims in my car. It's the same. Under the law, it's the same.
The lawsuit.
This is why people don't like lawyers. What kind of correlation is that? Now we comparing fat people to discrimination against black people. But this is the stuff that lawyers do. Lawyers will be like, okay, let me see how much money I can make from this. Okay, let's this for the lawyer to even take that, he's dirty. The lawyer, for him to even take that case, that's a dirty MFer. But that's lawyers for you. That's lawyers for you, attorneys for you, dirty people.
Suit is filed. Since she posted the encounter on social media, other full-figured folks have reached out saying the same thing happened to them.
It would be no different than a driver pulling up.
But of course, other people are gonna say that happened to them. Yeah, like, you too big. When does accountability, personal accountability, whether you're a man or a woman, where you got to understand, especially if you have kids, or especially if you got people depending on you, when you start to at least be like, okay, I need to stay alive for at least the people that depend on me, or the the people that I want to take care of, or the people that value me in other ways, right? When do you be like, okay, let me make that sacrifice, to extend my life? And not only that, for when you're on an airplane, you know what I mean? Spilling over to your fellow human beings, like Bill Burr would say. But that this is the average American, entitlement. The average American entitlement, where they just, I don't get my way, I'm gonna sue you. This is the average, that's the average American mentality that we talk about. Unfortunately, in America, you could just file a lawsuit. You can just file. And depending on who you are as a person or what company you represent, you can get dragged.
Up and saying, I don't want to have black people in my car.
So right here it says Lyft unequivocally condemns all forms of discrimination. We believe in a community where everyone is treated with equal respect and mutual kindness. Our community guidelines and terms of service explicitly prohibit harassment or discrimination.
What?
So this is the video real quick. This is the video. And I like how she put the caption. It says, "Am I wrong?" She goes, "Lyft, what y'all got to say about this? Y'all driver discriminated against me. I just feel like y'all treat big people like ish. We don't belong here." Hey man. Hey man.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What? For what? What you saying?
Yeah, I got no space in my car is small.
I can fit in this car.
But believe me, you can.
Yes, I can.
Believe me. So I'm sorry.
What am I gonna do about my money?
I'm gonna cancel you. You're not gonna be charged.
So you telling me I can't get in the lift because I can't fit in your car?
Yeah, you need to order a bigger car.
What makes you think I can't fit in the car?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What makes you think I can't fit in this car?
Because the car is small in the back.
My best friend has a Benz that's newer than this that I can fit in. That's the same size.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't.
So you really telling me I'm too big to get in your car, so I gotta order another lift?
Notice she's already out of breath, like talking. Like usually stuff like this, back in the day, if a fat person couldn't get into a car or whatever, or they got refused the service because of their size, usually that would be like they try to go on a roller coaster and they can't fit in the thing. Usually that used to be a wake-up call for these people back in the day. But nowadays you can sue somebody. It's grounds for you suing the entity or the company because you can't put the fork down. As I said in my video that I dropped with this topic, she doesn't need a lift. She needs fork lift. That's what she needs. And not only that, she needs to really stop lifting forks, if you catch my drift. Anyways. Oh man, she needs forklift, not lift. Forklift. Because because I remember making an estimate in my video about this. I made an estimate. I'm like, she's got to be at least 400 pounds, at least minimum 400 pounds. I said she might be even like 500, 600 pounds because she looks ridiculously big. But they did say that she's around the 400-pound range. That's what, according to the reports, she's around that 400-pound range. I'm like, I don't even understand how people can get that big. To be quite frank with you, I think it's almost impossible for me. But how much food you got to eat to just keep stuffing yourself to get to that? I don't get that. To me, I don't get that. But
And to be more specific with you, I got very tired.
What I got? What?
So like to me, first of all, what I will say this to the men that are over the age of to men that are older millennials and Gen X and above, I think you guys need to understand when you're talking to the average woman that is under the age of 35, they're recording you. Every interaction, they're recording you. Don't be shocked if it's like it could be a small disagreement. She's recording you. That's why I even tell dudes, stop approaching women at the gym. They're recording you. They are recording you. There are too many girls. First of all, there's too many girls I know. I'm talking about in their regular life. They're always recording. They're always recording themselves, and not only just recording themselves, they always thinking that they can catch something like, off script. So that's why they're always they have their phone ready. They always got their camera phone ready. They're always making sure that video thing is ready. They're recording you. Do not be so that's why I don't, first of all, or like, just talking to women in general, I try not to text them that much. I'll be like, can we call? Can we do a call? Can we do a video call, or can we just call? So I can just make my points, very straightforward, succinct, whatever, because they be screenshotting all your text messages. women be screenshotting everything except when they be begging for money, but that's a whole other story. But they be screenshotting your messages on Instagram, or just texting them in general. That's like they like women have completely, they American women, they're completely aligned with the state. They're aligned with the state. They have no loyalty towards men. Especially, I will say they have no loyalty towards 90% of men. Even to the men that they're attracted to, they still do this stuff to them. They build cases on them. So for the most part, if you're a man and you're coming across a woman and you're just talking to her, you don't be shocked if you feel like the conversation isn't going anywhere or she disagrees. Don't be shocked if she's secretly recording you. If you go on a date, she's secretly recording you. This is what they do. Women have completely aligned themselves with the state. They're wired up. They wired up. They wiretapped. So that's something that, especially a lot of older men, they don't even understand. Is like I'm like, you getting recorded. Even if you are on the phone and you on a phone call, she'll record you. But it'll be too obvious though. Can you repeat what you said to me like you said last night at 8:46 p.m.? I won't tell anybody. It'll be obvious. It'd be obvious though when they recorded you on the phone. That's why I'll pick that up. You know what I mean? It'd be so obvious. Or if somebody, if she has her homegirl listening in on the phone call. I've experienced that. I experienced that when I was a kid. When I remember these people in my middle school, they pranked me. It was this girl I wanted to ask out, so I asked her out, but it was a prank. So as soon as I said something, I didn't say anything sexual. I said like something stupid, like, "Oh shit, so when do we start?" And when I said that, I heard somebody in the background laughing. I was like, "What in the? Is that somebody?" I didn't call it out then, but I was like, I heard somebody in the background. And then I literally got the text later on. He's like, "Yo, that was me in the background laughing at you, bro. We was pranking." I was like, I knew it. I knew it. I was here. I was like, there's somebody in the background. So that's why I'd rather people call, because they can't really hide it if you being, recorded. Or they trying to do, background checks on you while we talking on the phone. And, you be hearing this in the back. I'm like, whoa, what you doing? That's why I prefer just to call, particularly when it comes to women. I try to limit those text messages because they be screenshotting everything. When they record you, yeah. I be knowing. Because I was traumatized when I was younger with people doing crazy stuff like that to me. So much so, like I'll be like, I remember bringing a girl to a show, and I remember like bringing a girl. Yeah, I brought a girl to a show, and show went well. During the break, people met up with me and the girl I brought over. I didn't even think she really liked me like that, but she was just doing me a favor. But we were talking and we were smiling and blah blah blah. I was just trying to play it cool, whatever. Obviously, I wanted things to move forward with her, right? And everybody was in there like, oh, you know that girl really likes you, right? I was like, what? I couldn't tell. He said, how he's there, like, how can you tell, man? She's smiling, she's doing everything you say. And I'm like, I didn't really notice because I'd be always thinking people pranking me because that's what people were doing when I was younger. That shit traumatizing, bro. You'd be like, you really not trying to be embarrassed like that, in front of the school again. You know what I mean? Or in front of your peers like that again. So I'm always being like, all right, okay, what's the catch? Even to the girls that do like me, I'll be like, damn, what's the catch? But anyways, let's look at some of the comments. Oh man. So it says Demoss lawyers say, oh, they're saying lawyers. Wow. They said Demoss lawyers say that weight is a protected characteristic in Michigan, just as race, religion, or sexual orientation. After being served with a suit, Lyft released a statement condemning all forms of discrimination. And people don't understand. She's gonna get paid off this, believe it or not. She will get paid off this. Because what happens in these kind of lawsuits, they start going through your personal stuff, and Lyft, probably whoever's running Lyft, they probably don't want that. So they'll just be like, here's the check. Can you just go away? But I'll say this. I hope she loses the lawsuit by miracle. I hope she does lose the lawsuit, because we can't have people pulling this kind of crap on these people. Just trying, these dudes. It's just these dudes. They're just trying to make a living, trying to get some money, and then you gotta worry about some some obese gorilla of of human beings trying to sue you like that's not something that, you know what I mean, that's not something you're trying to you're really not trying to deal with that if you just a regular person, you know. Oh my goodness, man. Let's see something here. What other news they got for me that I can cover real quick? Oh yeah, the Lil Yaki thing. let me do that one real quick. Let me do that one since I got time. Oh man. Women are so funny sometimes. Sometimes they're very funny. Sometimes, right? Because people are gonna blame Lil Yachty for this and say, "Oh, he's a bad person for doing this to Mariah the scientist." Man, women like that be having me laughing. Like Cam Newton's girl, Jasmine. These fake, submissive, feminine women. These are like the fakest people, dog. And they get exactly what they deserve. And I'll explain why in a minute, right? It says Lil Yachty reflects on his past relationship with Mariah the scientist. So he goes, I was a shit person to her, and she was really great. Now, if people don't remember, Mariah the scientist, she's currently a Young Thug's girlfriend, but Young Thug had recently got exposed for already having another woman, while Mariah the scientist was, like super faithful to Young Thug, visiting him every single other day and all this nonsense. And people are like, oh my gosh, she's doing the most for him, and he's just embarrassing her. And I was, and for women like this, I always got to ask, okay, would you do all this nice girly things and all this stuff? Would you do that for the regular average man? And if you look at a girl like Mariah, that's probably her MO. She not gonna do that for you, but she just gonna do it for a man that can treat her like an option at any given point. So that's why I always say women always act on their best behavior or in their most feminine with guys that can replace her. This is why usually if, it'd be like a girl, you'd be like, oh my gosh, she was such a good girl. You got done so wrong. But I'm like, by who? Like, I'm like, Young Thug's a rapper. It's not gonna just be just Mariah the Scientist. It's gonna be he's gonna have hoes, plural. It's not gonna be just her, especially sexually. That's impossible. But it's interesting when you see how women like this act with men of power. They don't really trip off the cheating. In fact, they seem to lock in harder with that individual when that gets exposed. So right here it says Lil Yaki reflects on his past relationship with Mariah the Scientist.
I saw a little clip of it.
Fair use, by the way, fair use.
One of your exes was on the show. You know what I'm saying? She was on the show talking about your past relationship. Somebody sent me this because they heard that I was gonna be interviewing you.
Shit.
And they sent it to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
That laugh, he gave her the Kawhi laugh. That Kawhi laugh on her. Shout out to Pyro in the chat, man. Obese meat. Boulder. Oh man. Truth Hunter said, some is good. Pyro won my bets for college football, but my TV went out. Oh, by the way, what's that Ohio wide receiver? What's that boy's name? Is that ain't that what's his name? Jeremiah Wright? This guy is gonna be a top 5 pick as a wide receiver. I think that's his name. Let me make sure I have his name right. Jeremiah Wright, football player. Is that his? Somebody tell me the Ohio State wide receiver. I don't know his name. Jeremiah, Ohio State. What's his name? Jeremiah Smith. That's his name. That boy cold, man. This dude is gonna be this dude gonna be a top 5 pick and being like as a wideout. That's insane. He's basically gonna be on that Jamar Chase type level, basically that Justin Jefferson type level. But I would say Jamar Chase, because Jamar Chase, if I'm not mistaken, he was a top 5 pick, if I'm not mistaken, when he came out in his draft. So let's see something real quick. Yeah, I think I yeah. But anyways, back to the video. My bad.
What about it?
How'd that make you feel that somebody bringing up something that happened years ago?
Yeah, I was a shit person to her. So and she was really great.
Mm-hmm.
So great. So I get it. She was a great person though, man.
But did she make a song about y'all when y'all were dating?
I don't know.
You do know.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
You ever met her family? She got.
But at the end of the day, a guy like a Lil Yaki, Young Thug, it's not fumbling. I see my my cousin made a comment about this, that he didn't fumble. It's just and shout out to my cousin. I love him to death. But that's not a fumble, especially with guys of that stature. It's not. They have many. What this is what a lot of women don't understand, especially when they get with guys of a higher status. I'm not gonna say more money, just of a higher status. Because in their mind, what happens is like, oh my gosh, finally my equal. In a woman's mind, that's their equal. That's just how a woman's mind works. But anyways, they'd be like, I finally found a guy that I can bring out my full feminine. But what they don't realize Those guys have literally thousands of women that have that same mentality, and not only have that same mentality that she has, they won't even require to be the main chick. They will be they will tell the rapper, I'll be a faithful side chick to you. They'll tell them that, and they'll play their role. Now here you are coming in because you think you have a chance of being number one, and you're offering the same thing that literally all those lists of his other hoes is offering, and they're not even asking to be number one, really. So that's where this is where women like Mariah the scientist, she's gonna get her heart broke time and time and time after that. And then by the time she finally meets the quote unquote nice guy, she's gonna give him hell because she's been quote unquote abused by the jerks. But when you look at the quote unquote jerks, those are just guys that had options, and you were very replaceable, But that's something that, trying to tell them that it's gonna go in one ear and out the other.
Have I met her family?
Yeah.
Of course. I know, yeah.
I just heard.
Now, somebody's got to educate me where, because it sounds like they weren't even really together, like officially. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like they weren't even really together like that. This reminds me of that Lloyd Banks situation with Yari Sanchez back in the late 2000s, when Yari Sanchez was talking about Lloyd Banks was promising me that we were gonna be together. I'm like, oh, so he was, screwing you for 2 years. I mean, and you're gonna call him an asshole over that? I mean, he's a rapper living that rapper lifestyle. You're literally one of a million. Sorry, one out of a million, not one of a million. You're one out of a million that are willing to do the same thing for him. Only difference is you want the number one slot, and the other hoes, they're willing to do the same thing, and they won't even ask to be the number one slot. You're gonna have to offer something way different from those broads, which means one of those things is you're gonna have to share him. You're gonna have to share a guy like that. You're just going to have to. That's already bare minimum requirements for a guy like a Lil Yaki, a Young Thug, etc. Because their status is at a spot. It's just you're going to have to share him. He's not gonna be with just you. So that's why when you'll see certain rappers with certain girls, or when you see when Offset was with Cardi B for a little bit, people don't understand. Like Cardi B was letting him cheat. That's part of the deal. People are like, why is he with Cardi B? Well, because she does all the other little stuff, and on top of that, she lets him cheat. That's why it lasted as long as it did, even though they're divorced now. But Cardi B let Offset cheat.
Where's this going?
She got some sister, don't she? Okay, we're gonna leave it.
Yeah, let's just move on.
Do you like? You wish she hadn't had that conversation? She could have kept
No,
that.
of course not. Of course not. That's the first time she ever spoke on us ever, publicly, and I honestly think she was pretty respectful. I don't think that she on me. I know what you're talking about, but like I brought it upon myself. It's not she ain't tell no lies.
Fair use, by the way. Again, fair use. Yeah. Oh, same here. Yeah. So Truth Hunter says they're even offering more like threesomes. People don't even understand. Like even with the regular people, what people don't understand, when a girl is with a guy that she really wants to keep, and that guy has options, she will offer a guy like that threesomes and all that stuff. She will do that. I've seen that. I've already told you that story about my player I played with, in college. I can't say the college's name, but the girl that he was with, literally brought him a girl prettier than her for a threesome. Now, these are the things that most men they're never even gonna experience that kind of leverage. You can only be a rapper or a high class entertainer to experience that kind of leverage. Now, to the regular people, to the normies, the only people that are going to receive that kind of leverage is whoever's like the top like sports star on campus, or whoever the girls consider the cutest dude on campus. Those are the only dudes, or the drug dealers, right? Those are the only dudes that are going to experience that kind of leverage. Well, the drug dealers and criminals, let me kind of leave them out. I'm talking about amongst the regular folk. He's going to be the top sports stars, or whoever they think is the cutest, or whoever they think is the most popular, whoever has the most clout. Then they will offer stuff like that to them. Now, if you're the regular average normie, she's going to go ballistic on you if you cheat. You know, that's just, unfortunately, this is how it works. That's why I laugh when dudes want to talk about, oh, but Tiger Woods cheated. I'm like, well, compared to you, I saw the comedian, he did that joke. He said Tiger Woods is actually much more faithful than the people that were criticizing him. he he said Tiger cheated 18 out of 18,000 times. he said now regular Joe Blow is gonna cheat 1 out of 1 times because that's all the options he has. So it's a different level or a scale when you're, if you're a person like a Tiger Woods than the average normie dude. Oh man, I would never cheat on my bro. Well, you don't have the options to. You don't have it, and by the time the little option that you get, you gonna take it. And this is why, even to a lesser extent, this is why sometimes girls use that excuse on why they'll just rather just be with a higher status guy, because in their mind they don't want to take that risk and still get left by an average dude. Shout out to Gary Grant in the chat. He knows I'm speaking facts on that. These dudes, they swear that they're quote unquote faithful and all this stuff, and I just see how these dudes will get one promotion at their job, and they will put them, and then they seem to always find themselves when they're in a position to be around to be sleeping with multiple women. They get one promotion. This is why like women will sabotage their own men and make sure they stay at one place, or they don't get a promotion, or this is why like wives will do stuff like that, or girlfriends will do stuff like that to make sure their consistent, moneymaker type dude doesn't really go nowhere. Knows the higher up the ladder he goes, her marching papers might come. Corey Holcomb had a joke about had a joke about this, but I don't want to ruin people's feelings on that. So let me we gonna let this play.
Did you apologize?
The music is a little bit more dramatic.
Yeah.
It's not as deep. That's another reason why women think I'm such a bad person, because the music is so dramatic that it makes it seem as if I was just like, who's a good person?
Your boy Drake. your boy. I was about to. He said, "How about you use him as an example?"
No one's coming to bang.
Where's
this going?
She got some sister, don't
right now, but just like I'm a shit person. Did I apologize? Yeah, maybe. I think so.
Maybe.
I think so. But our relationship is such a long span,
Right.
Since like high school. So like it's long and blurry.
He was smashing her for that long. Yeah, she really is I know. Well, I do know girls like that, like where basically because Mariah the Scientist, she's a musician herself. I know girls like that are, I'm talking about pretty girls, where they'll always, what they do, and it's another form of a long-term investment type thing that certain type of women will do, and I can respect that, the long game. But let me give you some background info on that. You'll have girls, you know, around later on in high school or in college. What they'll do, because they'll be a musician or a basic no, they'll be a female artist themselves, whether it be a rapper or a singer, and they will hang around these indie type dudes. Always go to the studio sessions, even if she's not gonna sing. She'll just she'll always show up. She'll always show up, and she'll be pretty. And what she'll do, she'll always kind of like support. You know what I mean? And but really, she's trying to see who's finna blow up. So her loyalty is always gonna be to the musicians or whoever's the star person in that group. So she won't even force herself on as a relationship on that person. She'll just always be around, but she's really playing the long game. There's a girl I know exactly like that right now as we speak. Right, I'm talking about right now as we speak. Pretty girl. Pretty girl. She got that kind of Amber Rose shaved head thing going on. I'm not trying to disrespect her. Ain't trying to disrespect her. Hopefully there's nobody, because some of those people in that group, I know one of those dudes, they found my channel. So hopefully he not listening, but there's a lot of female artists like that. They'll play the long game. They'll hang around with certain crews, like music crews. They'll hang around certain music crews from, like, I'm talking about from the beginning when they were just starting up, and just kind of like linger on and just see who's gonna pop up. And I understand that, because as a musician you got to see which band is going to blow, which one is going to give you the better opportunities. But it'll be female artists like that. They'll always make sure they're around, and then she's just trying to see who's going to blow up. You know what I mean? And she'll be a wannabe female artist herself, and she might be pretty good, but that's another form of the long game. It's another form of the long game. It's almost like, I make the example when you have girls, I've been with him since the beginning. When they're going out with these 5-star athletes, I'm like, yeah, he was a 5-star, 4-star athlete. No, it'll be somebody that's like a 3-star athlete, and they'll be like, I settled for him. I was with him from the beginning when nobody believed in him, and the guy was like a 3-star athlete, nationally ranked. I'm like, he's still nationally ranked. I mean, were you really going out on the limb for him? You that's just another form of the long game that you're doing. It's not really, it's just long-term gold digging. You know what I mean? And it's not because you're really a fan of him. You're just looking out for yourself, and you're trying to get a piece of that gravy train. But that's just, I don't want to get way deep into that, and I don't want to, because I could still be wrong. Maybe Mariah the Scientist is that decent of a person, but it's a lot of those girls, they don't even, girls like that, they only give, they're only, we call that, what's it, conditional femininity. So they only offer their best to the men that she feels is worthy of her best. You know what I mean? Like, girls like that is like, that's not genuine. It's either you're feminine or you're not. It's either you're really a nice person or you're not.
YOLO, bro. Shouts out to her. Tons of love, and I respect her
Right.
right now. But just like I'm a shit person.
Damn, that dude was smashing the Sonic rings.
Hey,
Out of
Lil
it.
Yachty.
Also, this is the video that they're talking about. So Mariah the Scientist shares that she dated Lil Yaki and wrote 2 songs for him. Oh, yeah. that sounds exactly about right. That's usually how it goes. See, man, look, man. Because I don't want to say no names. And I just got to make sure there's people in my chat. Because, this is people that I know be watching my channel and stuff. So hopefully people don't pull no whole shit. Anyways.
This got the smoke on me. um And is he the ex that you refer to when he was like, I made a song in college and I was scared to send it to this particular person because I didn't want to be embarrassed or whatever it was, the case may be. Is that the ex?
We dated.
Exactly. That's what I thought. I'm like, were they actually? Because I was saying earlier, I'm like, were they actually like together, or were they just like they were a team? Like they had like a little fling. They obviously they were smashing, but were they actually officially together? You know, that's I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. She offered it up, but nothing really happened from it in terms of being an official couple.
Is that the ex?
And the story goes like this. I was in college. I met him in high school though. By the time I got to college, we started dating a little bit or whatever. And I felt like his career was like taking off and he had all these things.
Yeah. Coincidentally, because you'll know when some certain artists, they're about to blow up. They'll start having a certain an amount of following on their SoundCloud or their IG, or they'll get like a magazine done on them, and then a girl will be like, "Let me be your ride or die." Then, it's the same way, like, when a 28-year-old guy finally gets his feet under him and he starts getting a steady job, he's starting to get a promotion. All of a sudden, girls are starting to be like, "Oh, we we're equals. Let's be an equal partnership." And before that, he couldn't even get no girls. So this is almost similar. This is very this is very similar. And look, I'm also speaking from experience, because anybody, even on a local level, like, a woman will like just stop talking to you like at your job when she finds out that you're not going to get promoted nowhere, like, or you can't really offer her anything to where you can help her move up in the game. She'll just stop talking with you. She'll stop initiating conversation. These are the things that we try to warn men about. And Lil Yaki probably he peeped game. He said, "Oh, she wants to mess with me a little bit. Cool. I'll just use her for what I need to use her for." And on top of that, she's an artist, so we can link and we can do music together. But it's not going to be no more than that. So that's probably what Lil Yachty was thinking during that time.
And I didn't know what to do, or what I could give him, because I was just a broke college student. And so I thought, well, he likes music. I like music. Let me make him a song. And so that's what I did. I made him 2 different songs, and I put them on an iPod, and I gifted it to him. I stayed, Lil Yachty.
Another thing, which the Tinder swindler proved: women will pay for you. They will. I'm talking about even if you already have money, like just you having the money, she will then still invest in you. But if you're broke, that's a whole other issue. If you show no promise or nothing that to show that you can move her up in the game, then all of a sudden I can't date broke dusties and all this. Oh man, it's a cold game, man. That's cold. That's cold. It's a cold game, man. So right here. Right here. My cousin, he says right here, he says, imagine fumbling your queen, then a gentleman named Young Thug gets her. Now that's kind of funny though. That is kind of funny. That is kind of funny. Shout out to this woman right here. She said she likes them by sex. She like those bi dudes, and that's her problem. I will say this: Lil Yachty and Young Thug, they're suspect. They are suspect, but that's common, in the music industry, really in the entertainment world in general. But yeah, but at the same time, people are like, so I'm seeing in the comments they said Mariah got a type, don't she? Yeah, she likes uh rapper ninjas that show promise. She like rapper ninjas that got promise. That's what she likes. That's her type. That's her type. She like rapper ninjas that got promise and the ones that could also help her move up in the game. That's her type. It's pretty obvious. It's not a mystery. It's not a mystery. Oh man. See, Pyro says, so Chris, so star players gain more stars, or the stars they get, they stick with it until they retire. No, so in high school, what happens is you have, football players, basketball players, uh, baseball players, and etc. But mainly I'm speaking on football and basketball players, American football and basketball players. They have a national ranking of the top recruits, and you'll have your top 100 recruits, right? Even though they're just like, it's really like a top 1,000,000, really like a top 1,000, but we focus on the top 100. You have the ESPN top 100 recruits, and it's really about the ranking. It's not really about the stars. The 5 stars, that's kind of more of a political thing. That's just to help you look better. But you'll have a guy that's ranked, number one. Whoever's ranked number one, who's the number one player, they're obviously going to be ranked 5 stars, right? But you could be ranked say you can be like ranked number 10 at your position. Like, say if you're a top 10 wide receiver in the nation, you could be a 3-star, even though technically you have as much talent as a 4 or 5-star. You can be labeled as a 3-star. You could be literally the top 10 at your position, not top 10 in the nation, but top 10 at your position. But then you'll be like labeled a 3-star, so forth and so on, right? So the star, when it comes to like your star ranking, you got, 1 star being the least and 5-star being the most, What's it? Garrett Grant also says, of course, she found him right, found him right as his career was taking off. A tale as old as time. Like, I was like, I can't believe she even said it like that. She shouldn't have even said. She should have said that we had she should have said, yo, we were friends in high school. She should have at least said that. When she said, oh yeah, I knew him in high school, that means you kind of knew of him. You probably most times were just like, yeah, I am by whatever at most in high school. But then in college, when he started gaining traction, that happened. Well, let me leave my personal stories out of it. I would just say this: that happened to me freshman year of high school and then freshman year in college, but like in reverse. But in reverse. But let me not put too much of my business out there. Truth Hunter said the F buddy orbiter. That's a new one. I've never heard that before. The F buddy orbiter. Because I know a lot of female artists like Mariah the Scientist. That's how they roll. They make sure they stick around those indie like punk or not necessarily punk rock, but like these indie hip hop rap type dudes that got crews and all that stuff. And then she tries to find out who's connected with who, who has the higher promise, she'll just I know female artists like that. I know female artists like that. And trust me, when they find out you got promise, they'll you know, they'll link up with you. They'll link up with you. and see who you connected with. Let's see. Garrett Grant said, "Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Yachty had to pay a Diddy tax for his record deal." Yeah, yeah. And plus the way he kind of goes about doing things, him painting his fingernails, talking about the stuff that he talks about, and on top of that, when he talks about women in general, he just keeps losing faith in them. And that's the thing with what happens with a lot of these people that are in, I'm not going to say the closet, but what happens is they end up leaning towards men if they're bi, because it's easier to be with them, for them to be sexually intimate with men. So they just end up just doing that more often anyways, because a lot of the women are giving them problems. And the way he speaks on that, I could tell. I'm like, I think he's bi. And Young Thug, if you just look at Young Thug, he's just he just is. You know what I mean? If you, like all the dresses he would wear, like the stuff he would say, it's pretty obvious with Young Thug. It's pretty obvious. But Lil Yachty, he does come across as bi. He does come across as bi. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. Not casting any aspersions, like Stephen A. Smith would you used to say. Somebody said he looked like Cheryl Underwood. It don't matter. It don't matter. That's Mariah the Scientist. That's her type. That's her type. So people somebody say he kind of looked like Bernie Mac. But people don't understand, like that's Mariah's type. Young rapping ninjas with promise. That's her type. And she can act like she's a victim. She can act like she's been played and her heart has been taken advantage of. I just love so hard. Those girls. I just love so hard. And I always be like, you love hard on who? Can I see the individual that you are loving hard on? I will ask a woman this, or I'll ask somebody this. And the people that they show me, or the people that you find out who it is, and you're just like, you'll just look back at them and you're just like, so you just want to suffer, or you just want to have an out. You know what I mean? But yeah, like it's a lot of those girls, they be making me laugh. I was with him since the beginning. And the guy would have he'll have like 30,000 followers on Instagram already, and he's basically on the come up. Oh yeah, I was with him in the beginning. That girl always made me laugh on Twitter. What was it was the black chick that was going out with that basketball player, when she said that she lost her basketball player to a 30-year-old white woman. I was laughing so hard. I'm like, woman, how are you his age? You 20. You're in your early 20s. He's in his early 20s. You say you were with him in the beginning, quote unquote, and you lost him to a 30-year-old white woman. That's on you. Because most of those dudes, they'll keep their girl from high school. You must be a nuisance, a regular nuisance. Especially if you're a black woman and you being a nuisance like that in today's age, you're gonna be on a short leash. In today's age, ninjas is not playing that. You will lose your man to a a MILF, a quote unquote MILF. Oh man. Tis a shame. Tis a shame. Let's go in. Let me show y'all one more video that I liked, that I will do a video on before I start going in on immigration and the quote unquote fertility crisis and really the cause of everything else. But let me show one more video. Oh, this actually I think I should show this instead. I think I should show this instead. Should I show this instead? Now we will leave Bobby. We'll leave Bobby Altoff alone. We'll leave her alone. Let me show this one real quick. Let me show this one. Because I find it funny. This is actually is related. This is kind of related to what I'm talking about, and kind of related to the election. You know how like people were like shocked that young men like overwhelmingly voted, right leaning. And I always say the same thing. I'm like, I'm shocked that they're shocked because the ignorance of the average female liberal, it still boggles my mind because these are supposed to be the most educated people, but they still don't get it. They still don't get it. So I want you to see the caption real quick, right? Because this is hilarious to me. So right here, somebody's gonna ask this woman, Mallory McMorrow, who's a liberal, and some normie is going to ask her, how do you counteract the Joe Rogan types with young men? I'm a teacher. It's pretty bad. So just off that question alone, this is the average attitude of the normie, of a normie female teacher. Oh man. Hold on. Before I even move on, I saw some comments in the chat. So Pyro said he doesn't radiate that bye-bye. He was talking about Lil Yachty. Well, a ninja that paints his fingernails is suspect. Just in general. He does a lot of other things that I pick up on, but him painting his fingernails, him even painting it, he also be painting his toenails. He'd be showing that off, which is wild work. But guys like that are suspect to me. See, Rocky says, who is Mariah the scientist? Oh, she a rapper chick. She a rapper chick. That's also Young Thug's girlfriend. So it's okay. So back on the topic, educated Tyrone said the most educated or the most indoctrinated. So I haven't been brave enough to I haven't been brave enough to say that to a chick's face because they are clearly indoctrinated, not even educated. I can't even say educated because the women that I grew up with that even have degrees were way smarter. I'm talking about the women that I saw growing up. I'm talking about gazillion times more reasonable, gazillion times more smarter. You know what I mean? I'm talking about of all races, but this thing. Educated Tyrone said that's why I call myself a Joe Rogan leftist. But yeah, I saw you, Gary. I saw your. You started laughing right away. I already know the Joe Rogan types. What are you talking about, the Joe? But this is the attitude of the normie, the female teachers. They're so left leaning. I told you guys a story of Bill Mayer. Is that his name? Bill Maher, right? That guy. He had a take and he was talking about the I think he was talking about the shot, if you know what I'm saying, the COVID shot, right? He was talking about that or something else, and it was all these liberals, about these new age liberals, like the Gen Z liberals, talking about who is this far right dude? This guy's he's blah blah blah, and they were like the way they were talking about him. They were saying he was so far right. I'm like, guys, I'm like Bill Maher. I'm like, do you guys know who that is? I'm like, he's extremely liberal. He's literally the exact opposite of Bill O'Reilly. If I could show you like two spoils of each other, it would be Bill O'Reilly and Bill Maher, right? And I was like, I'm like, damn, I'm like, how far left is the left nowadays. And to even consider, and you know what she means when she's saying the Joe Rogan types. She's gonna say, "Oh, those are the same, the Andrew Tate fanboys, the Joe Rogan types." So you already know where she's heading with this. Now, I'm gonna let this woman speak because she does make a couple of decent points where I'm like, okay, at least she understands that Joe Rogan is not like some far right dude. He's just an MMA type dude. So she will expose the basically the disconnect that the average liberal has with basically reality. But she can't really say it like that. So I'm gonna let her speak because she does make a couple of decent points, but she's going to expose just a disconnect. Just a disconnect in general.
I've been talking to a lot of people about this over the past week, and I think something that's really important to remember is Joe Rogan, not inherently a political guy. His podcast is not a political podcast. He was the host of Fear Factor. He's an MMA guy. He hosts a culture podcast that attracts a lot of young men, and occasionally politicians go on there. I think this is the Liz Smith approach, somebody that I worked with in 2022. Go everywhere. I think for too long, Democrats and progressives have thought that the answer is to create more democratic and progressive news outlets or accounts. And that's not true. Most people don't think about politics or parties all the time. They just don't. We need to go on podcasts and news networks and shows that have nothing to do with politics and just be ourselves and introduce people to who we are, and then occasionally inject policy positions and what we agree with so that we're not scrambling at the last minute during an election to get into those spaces. People won't trust us if we try to do that.
So everything she said was right until her solution. Like her solution where she's like, we need to go on podcasts and just be ourselves and then occasionally talk about policy. No. First of all, those days are over. Those days are over. Any point of negotiation with the right or anybody that aligns with Orange Man, those days are over. The liberals are not, young men don't trust liberals at all. Especially if I'm talking about the average young man, they don't trust liberals at all. After what y'all did, after what or how about this here? Any point of negotiation with Orange Man, that's over after somebody attempted at his life and people was on Twitter talking about why did he miss and making jokes and all that stuff. You think that you want to negotiate now? I'm sorry, miss. And I will say this: a woman like a liberal like this, I wouldn't mind talking to for 20 seconds. But even liberals like her, please. Times for negotiations are over. First of all, because believe it or not, a woman like her, she would be considered far right to the average liberal. Believe it or not, that's how far left the left is. And what she exposes is how the liberals are not even, when they're talking about equality and inclusion and all this stuff, they're not looking for equality. She basically exposed it. She said it in a nicer way, but they're looking to dominate the news network, right? What she said, just to dominate the talking points, dominate this and take over. They're not looking for equality. They're trying to control the narrative and everything, where the right way to think is left, left talking points, left-leaning talking points, left-leaning policy. So that's why they're trying to take over networks. That's why they're trying to silence certain people, even in the manosphere, trying to silence certain people that just have an open mind, like a Joe Rogan. Now, let's speak on Joe Rogan real quick because I found that hilarious. And thank you for at least her doing her at least she's a little bit cultured in terms of she knows who Joe Rogan is. Joe Rogan is not some political person. The reason why you have young men will tend to like what a Joe Rogan is because he's open-minded. Most of Joe Rogan's podcast, he's talking about animals most of the time when I watch him. He's like he's talking about animals and he's talking about, you know, fighting and how awesome Brazilian jiu-jitsu is. That's most of the time the stuff he's talking about. But he has an open platform, so he'll invite all types of people on his platform. He'll have he'll have people on the right side. He'll have people on the left side come on the podcast. He'll have people he'll have a Black Panther on there, or somebody right there, or somebody that's a former Klansman. He'll have all. He opens his platform to all people, so he doesn't just give a one-sided view of things. And unfortunately, and the things with the left, if you don't think the way they think, they try to cancel you. Or if you just have an open mind, they try to cancel you and they try to make sure you don't have a job. They start calling people who you were. So men are not even trying to, the young men see what's happening. And then on top of that, when you look at young men's spaces, all of them have been taken over by women. Sports, video games, chess, right? Anime, all of this stuff, you know, all these little things that they used to be considered men's space, they've been taken over by women. They even like even and I'm telling you, like the mindset of the average young man in America. They even look at it as, dang, liberals ruined our women. That's how they think, you know, even though I disagree with that kind of a mindset. I disagree with that mindset, but that's how they think. So you think if you're going to come to the table now and you say, "Oh, I'm a liberal and I think we should do this." They're going to literally look at you and be like, "Are you crazy? Please." So, of course, they're going to gravitate to a Joe Rogan but or a guy like that. But Joe Rogan is not even a right leaning type dude. He's really left leaning. But that's how far left the liberals are. Let's see what comments I missed in the meantime. Exactly. So Educated Tyrone says Joe Rogan basically agreed with progressives, Bernie bro types the past few elections, but he's the enemy because he doesn't buckle on social issues. Like, I grew up with like liberals where, like, I remember growing up when I was a kid where even if you were a Republican or a Democrat, if somebody didn't follow the policy that you wanted, they'll vote for the other side. But I feel like it really started these extreme politics type things. It started with Barry O, with President 44. I really believe it started with President 44, where now you have people just taking sides and they're just gonna stick to it. That's really where that extremism really started, with the left, the right to a lesser extent, but that's where it started. That's where it started, in my opinion. And the hammer, you know, the nail, what's it, that last nail was Orange Man, because what really with Orange Man, it like the people that are drawing the line, that were drawing the lines with Orange Man, is just, it still boggles my mind. Because I remember when George Bush was president, Even I'm talking about even the most conservative of dudes. It would be liberals complaining about George Bush all the time, and you know what conservatives would be like? You'd be like, yeah, he's pretty bad. They wouldn't even argue with you. The conservatives wouldn't even argue, and I'm talking about the most conservative dudes. They knew that they're like, yeah, George Bush, yeah, he's. They would. It was like a consensus where it's just like we would openly talk about these politicians that we agree and disagree with, and we'll just be like, yeah, and then we would just move on. Those are the people that like I grew up seeing, but now you can't even talk about Orange Man without World War III breaking out. It's wild. So now it's oh man. So Pyro will say, oh, like Tyler the Creator and Playboy Cardi. Yeah, I believe, yeah, Tyler the Creator, he's gay. I think so. Playboy Cardi is definitely gay. But I guess the term would be bi. I guess that would be the politically correct term. Educate Tyrone said facts. Chris, when I was in college, I met chicks smarter than me. Now that's a rarity. Yeah, like when I was younger, it was women were a lot smarter when I was younger, or people were a lot smarter. I thought in general when I was younger, but the people now, but especially when you're talking about left leaning individuals, I'd be wondering like, or it'll be like it'll be somebody that I like personally, and they'll try to bring up Orange Man out of nowhere. I'm like, I don't care about Orange. I don't even care about politics. Why are you bringing up Orange Man? This is ridiculous. Like when I grew up, even when Barry O was in office, nobody would be like, "Oh, what do you think about Barry O?" Like even that, like yeah, the orange. That's why I used to think that Orange Man was a plant to cause like because I used to think that man Orange Man was placed in office to just to cause just the extreme division between the citizens, because it makes no sense how people are just up in arms about Orange Man. It makes absolutely no sense why he causes such a hysteria amongst the normies. It makes no sense to me, because I don't think so highly of him. I don't think lowly of him. I just think he's what the Americans said that they wanted. Like Americans said that they wanted somebody that's not part of politics. I'm like, so that's your guy. But that's just me. But that's what I used to really think that, and I still kind of think that Orange Man is a plant, because the division that just of him being in office, what it has caused amongst the normies, it makes no sense. Like I grew up just seeing people just taking a crap on George Bush daily. George W. Bush, not HW. His I'm talking about his son, George W. Bush. I'm talking about they used to take a crap on him daily, and people didn't even bat an eye. People used to do skits on him. Family Guy used to do skits on him. But even me, they're gonna consider me far right. I'm talking about they consider me far right on certain panel. I remember going on the panel with the feminists on Twitter. They thought I was just like some. I was just like, yeah, we're cooked, man. Let me see. Educate said, I'm further right than he said, even I'm further right than Bill Maher, depending on the issue. And you know what's interesting about Bill? He's actually a lot more. Have you heard Bill when he talks about marriage? When I heard him talk about, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this dude is he's more RP than he gives himself credit for. Cause I like what cause not only is he like, cause he kind of actually comes from that same thought, like where he doesn't want to be married, right? But he also applauds the women on their independence. He claps the hardest for them. But I used to be that same way too, where I was like, okay, you do what you want, let me do what I want. But as I grow older, I see the error of that, because what I'm really seeing is women trying to double dip. They're trying to have their cake and eat it too. Talking about, oh man, I want equal rights for, baby deletion rights and blah blah blah. But then at the same breath, once they hit 27, 28, 29, once that clock starts running, oh, I've always wanted to be a mother. And seeing how their opinions and their lifestyle, the way they change just off their convenience, and seeing and just seeing the mega hypocrisy off that. Seeing how Corey Holcomb was really right about baby deletion all along, it really made me change my way of thinking. But if you ever hear Bill Maher talk about marriage, that joy is funny. He's more he's more based than people give him credit for. Because the conservatives, they want to save, the institution, but he's just free. Bill is just living free. He's living free. He's living free. But a lot of men, I'm even starting to see here in this space that a lot of them don't want freedom themselves. But it's your choice. It's your choice. Let me see. Oh, Garrett Grant with the $10 super chat, man. Thank you. Because I'm like, I knew I was missing something. I just scrolled down on the chat and I'm like, I knew I was missing something, man. Shout out to Garrett Grant with the $10 super chat.
We got money, niggas! We got money, niggas! We got money, niggas!
Man, thank you, man. Man, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? But the news, because I remember like my dad saying, like, because I didn't think CNN was a liberal network. I didn't know, but my dad's like, oh no, they're more left-leaning. And I was like, I don't think so. But once seeing that 2016 election, right, when Bill's wife was running it. I'm not going to say which Bill. I don't want to say her name. I don't want my stream to get shut down. But when a certain particular woman was running that election, CNN lost their minds over Orange Man. So I was like, oh, they're clear. And seeing, that particular family, I don't want to say their name, they own CNN. I was like, oh, that's very liberal. So, these are the things. So Truth Hunter said news is way too biased. We need more moderate news instead of one campaign smear engines. Well, it's too late for that. There's like no moderates no more. No more moderates. So everybody, exactly. So shout out. So Truth, you said that's why people are transitioning into watching podcasts more. Oh, yep. So yeah, though, young boys, they don't have. There's no spaces for young boys no more. Boy Scouts, shooting clubs, men's lodges, even NFL, even NFL football. You know what I mean? Ain't no just space for men no more, and the spaces online for men, they demonetize the people that are trying to run the platforms. So it discourages people from starting these type of platforms. Oh yeah, and even on that side, even on the MAGA side, if you say anything about Orange Man, because his fans are super loyal. I'm talking about ridiculously loyal. And mind you, he has fans. It's not just white dudes. He has fans of like people of all races. You know what I mean? His fans are super loyal. I remember so Educate Tyrone said I did one joke about him, and a bunch of MAGA people kept calling me a liberal. Yeah, like on my channel, I say something about Riley Gaines. And people was calling me liberal. I said I was making fun of Jesse Lee Peterson and the allegations against him, and I thought it was funny. People were calling me a liberal. So like, there's no, people can't, like, everybody has like drawn their battle lines, and they don't even realize, like, the way I grew up, we made fun of George W. Bush. We made fun of Hillary, right? We made fun of all of these politicians, and then we were able to move on with our lives. Like, our lives didn't evolve around politics growing up. Even, like, I have massive uh um how do I say it, criticisms of Reagan and his policies, but I could literally just move on with my life. You know what I mean? Like, when I said I could just move on, because I have bigger fish to fry. But this obsession with, basically, now, if you like this politician, if you running with this, then I can't associate with you. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Absolutely wild. So Educated Tyrone also says, I want to provide. So basically, women's attitude is, I want a provider, but I still want to work and keep all my money and still complain about cooking for him or sleeping with him because I'm not genuinely attracted. That's basically what women, that's the game that women are running right now, which to me is just like violating all types of social contracts. You know what I mean? Like, that's just to run your program like that. I can't even really look at women the same no more, seeing how they run their program particularly in America. No, I didn't see that news, Tyra. I didn't see that. But shout out to Jabril Peppers. He was nice in college. But anyway, speaking of Riley Gaines, let's go in on this immigration stuff real quick, because I found her story a little bit interesting. I wanted to really name this particular stream. I actually wanted to name it, Riley Gaines, he'll turn incoming. You know what I mean? So right here. So right now, what people don't understand is this. Riley Gaines' husband is technically an immigrant because he's from England. He still doesn't have his green card yet. And unfortunately, it's not necessarily Orange Man's policies, but it's really you still have leftover remnants of Biden's policies interfering with Riley's husband becoming a citizen, right? So let's press play on this real quick. Fair use to Riley Gaines.
Just got another letter from Immigration Services. I've made a video about this before, but I'm a U.S. citizen, born and raised in Tennessee, went to college at University of Kentucky, met my husband there. He's an immigrant. He moved over to the U.S. for college on an athletic scholarship from England. We've been married almost 3 years now. We're coming up on 3 years. So you would think he is well on his way to achieving his citizenship, or at least having his green card, right? No, wrong. And why can't he get his green card? Because his medical records aren't complete. And what is missing from his medical record? The COVID vaccine. Like, it is the year 2025, and we are still
Fair use again.
requiring the COVID vaccine. You can see it right here. It's backwards. Disregard.
Oh no.
Complete the COVID-19 vaccine.
Oh man, maybe I might have to mute that part where she says that. Man, all of a sudden my Twitter started buffering. Oh man.
But this is what they do. This is what they do to people who do it the right way. I can't even tell you how much money, thousands of dollars, we have spent on the different forms and applications and immigration lawyers and all of the different things, all for everything to expire on their time anyways. And for all you people who say, oh, Riley, your husband's here illegally, he should be deported, just so you don't understand immigration. He is very much here legally. There are other ways to obtain residency than a green card, like visas or advanced parole. Or those of you who say, this is what you get when you voted for Donald Trump. Obviously, my husband can't vote, but if he could, he would have voted for Donald Trump. Change is coming with the current administration, but he has to undo everything that the former administration has done to our immigration system, both legally and illegally. Oh, and when they campaigned on the tagline, my body, my choice, this is proof they never really meant that.
So obviously it's an unfortunate situation with the homie. You know what I mean? If Riley Gaines ever caught me calling her the homie, she'd be like, the nerve of you. Hey man, don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Riley Gaines, heel turn incoming? Question mark? You know? Say if this doesn't work out with this thing. If her husband has to basically gets to technically deported back to England, which would be crazy work, right? Say if Orange Man doesn't come to the rescue with the policy and she gets shafted, right? Heel turn incoming? I don't know. I don't know. Will we see the real Riley Gaines come out? I don't know. Now, here's the thing about the dudes, you know, that are in an overtly, you know, defensive position when I make fun of Riley Gaines and the stuff that happens, right? This is what I don't get, right? How does Riley Gaines get a pass for having a husband that's not even from America? How does she get a pass for that? I mean, yeah, he's from England, but I mean, hold up, let's do some research real quick, right? Because I did see a picture of her husband. And yes, he is European passing. But let's look up something real quick. Riley Gaines' husband, right? But something popped. What I don't know. I don't know his background per se, right? So when you see him, right? I don't understand how she gets a pass for dating a non-American, right? So is it just me, or because he's English, right? He is English, but is he a small hat? I don't know. He comes across as a small hat to me. I don't know why that stuck, because I never really saw a picture of her husband until now, literally now, I think. But if I did see it in the past, I don't remember. But he comes across as a small hat. So say if not only is he's English, but it's a small hat, how come conservatives are giving her a pass over that? And then they was ripping, you know, JD Vance for having an Indian broad as his wife. But Riley Gaines can have a dude from that's not American. Why? Because he's white? You're gonna give him a pass just because he's white? But then now what happens if we find out if this guy, what's his name, Lewis Barker, what if we find out this guy has a small hat background. What if we find out he has a small? So I'm like, are y'all still gonna give him a pass? Because they kind of they didn't really give JD Vance a pass for marrying an Indian woman, but I just felt like that was a cop out for not really calling out American, Caucasian women for being awful people. You know what I mean? But how are you going to give Riley Gaines a pass? So let's do, some research. We got to find out. Let me see. Because we know he is a swimmer as well. He was an athlete. He was over in the United States with a scholarship. I gotta find something. Let me see. Louis Barker, Jewish. I gotta find out because he reminds me of a musician that I play with, and he's like he's very Jewish. You see. Oh, wait, hold on for a sec. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Project, former swimmer, business owner, project manager, blah, blah, blah. She married a straight, an English Chad per se. An English Chad per se. 6'4", straight, white. That's all they need to see. That's all they need to see. I'm talking about that's all the conservatives need to see. Oh, he's great. He's awesome. But anybody really done a background on him? Crawley, England. He's the son of Aiden Barker, father and Julie Barker. That is an English ass last name if I ever heard one. Furthermore, Louis Barker has a brother named Marcus Barker on Louis Barker's 24th birthday. Blah, blah, blah. Louis Barker grew up in Crawley. Let's see something. Louis Barker, Riley Gaines dated for 2 years. Is Louis Barkley Riley's husband? Blah, blah, blah. We know that. Riley Gaines' husband has a background. Okay. Yeah, it's swimming. Yeah, he's a swimmer. We know that. Like what is his background? Where are you really from? That's fucked. That's messed up that I think this way. Let me see. His wife is an activist. Yeah. Oh yeah, we already know. Right? Yeah, Riley Gaines. She couldn't take that L. But to her credit, she did tie with a man swimming. So that does mean something. That means she is a lot more athletic than we give her credit for. Okay, I don't care about the other stuff. Yo, I think he's a small hat. I don't know, mate. I think he's a small hat. I think he's a small hat. Let me see. He's the proprietor of LCB Pools. I think he's a small hat. I could be lying. I could be wrong. Okay. Said college swim star Riley Gaines recently revealed that her husband, Louis Barker, an immigrant, has been waiting 2 years for his green card, shedding light on the delays within the U.S. legal immigration system. Elon Musk, who also experienced the immigration process firsthand, shared his perspective on the issue. Musk, who moved to Canada at 18 and later to the U.S. for university, has often spoken out about the migrant crisis. His comments have sometimes led to accusations of being Emmy, despite his own journey through the system. From Barker's viewpoint, the prolonged wait for his green card underscores the frustrations many face when navigating the system. Yeah, so the people that do it the right way, quote unquote, they usually have to go through a lot. They have to go through like a lot of nonsense to be, to get to where they need to get to. Yeah, so they say Louis Barker is an English national. He was born and grew up in Crawley, England. Okay. Yo, I pull you know how, like, white people will see like a tribal looking black dude, right? Like myself and others, or like an Asian dude, and then they'll ask us, where are you from? And then you tell them like what city you grew up in, and like, no, where are you really from? That's messed up, man. That's messed up. That's messed up. Oh man. He said there's 4 of us in the chat. That means there's 8 people lurking in the shadows. Oh yeah, man. And plus, people sometimes they gotta do what they gotta do, and then they'll listen, but and they're not available to chat. But that's fine. He said Harp's desire. Oh, haven't seen from you in a minute. What's up, bro? He said the real immigration crisis would be if Xi Jinping decides to ship China's leftover women to the U.S. Game over for American white women. That's what I'm saying. They need to I'll say this. They would, because people don't understand. There's a lot of women in these political offices. People will want to say, "Oh, the right one. We got the conservatives in there," but I'm like, well, a lot of these political offices are still ran by women at the end of the day. Like even when you talk about your local offices, your representatives, it's a lot. I'm talking about a lot more women in politics than in the past. So if we started really importing women from overseas in there, I'm talking about, it would be a strict immigration policy. I'm talking about strict. I'm talking about bolt tight strict. Women will not allow that. And because I'll say this, women they just don't like competition. They hate it. They don't like no competition. I spoke on this. That girl cooking with Kaya, they took down her TikTok. Woman had her TikTok taken. It got like her TikTok got shut down. I'm talking about before TikTok got shut down. They had shut down her TikTok. Women had reported her TikTok and got her TikTok shut down. I was like, what? It's just a bitch cooking. It's just a young, it's a young black bitch cooking. And y'all got her Twitter, you got her TikTok taken down, but but she did get it back. She did get it back. But I was like, are y'all? I was like, are y'all? Wow. I was like, what? I was astonished. I was like, wow, y'all really, wow. and also, I remember there was a African girl. I forgot. I don't know which country in Africa, but it was an African girl who had her TikTok where she would dance, but she was like one of those small, petite, like type African broads. She wasn't she wasn't fat at all. Like, she's just one of those small, petite, fat broads, but she had a nice, backside, right? But she was still skinny though, right? Not BBL, like natural. And she would have those videos of her dancing, her showing off her stuff, but she would always be clothed though. She would always be clothed. They got her TikTok. Women reported her TikTok so much they had to take it down. I'm like, oh, what? That I'm like, that's just foul. I'm like, you let all these fat bitches and plus size and thick is in and all this stuff. They see one skinny girl, one skinny black girl starting to make the rounds, and y'all get her TikTok reported because men like her. her profile the most. Come on, man. That's I was like, wow. You let all these other broads hustle, but not them. Because they receive the most male attention. I was like, wow. Crazy stuff. Black girls too, mind you. Both of them. Harps Desire said Mal tried to do that and before he croaked, he would have taken down the US without firing a single shot if he succeeded. Facts. Yeah, that dude, look, man. The reason, because when I saw him, he literally reminds me of this musician that I play with. I love talking with him. Pause. He's one of the easiest guys I've ever talked to. Him and his brother. Him and his brother. Cool, one of the coolest people you'll meet. Easily. But I'm like, he looks exactly like that dude, but just like a foot taller. Yeah, that the musician I'm talking about, yeah, he's cool. His brother's cool. His wife, down to earth, mad cool. But I'm looking, I'm like, he looks exactly like him. And I know Brody. He's definitely small hattish. He's definitely small hat. He's never hid that. Rocky said if they found out he had small hattery in him, they will tuck their tails and be cucked beyond repair. They won't dare call it out. Facts. I'm like, they gave JD Vance all this nonsense. I'm like, but you gonna let Riley Gaines get away with dating a non-American who's a small hat at that? And she talking about save women's sports. And she couldn't find an American. She couldn't find an American Caucasian dude to be with. She couldn't find an American Caucasian dude to be with. I'm not even talking about. And here I am accusing Riley Gaines of possibly mud sharking and hiding that. And she probably has done that because she was in college, but I'm talking about date like marrying somebody that's not from America, and he's possibly a small hat. I mean, and plus, man, look at that hairline, bro. Yo, he's got to be a small hat. He's a small hat, but it's because basically conservatives are going to give him a pass because he's white. He's white passing. I will say he's white passing. But for some reason, they don't ever want to, like, conservatives. They don't ever want to call out the white women they love the most. They just don't. Baffles my mind every single time. Let's see. So Pyro said what Undead Chronic talked about it when guys are importing women from Thailand and women who are they said women are feminists said no, F that, they not coming over there. Yeah, exactly, because people don't understand women run politics now. People want to talk about, DEI this and DEI that. Look, DEI for the most part, it favored Caucasian women the most. And even without DEI, they still get favored over most people. So it's like, it's not, DEI is technically, it's not really going anywhere. It's really going to still stay the same, especially for black men. Black men never really benefited from DEI. It's going to probably hurt like women of particular groups the most, but really not going to do much for black men. Like what did DEI really ever do for black men? Look at the NFL. Even with they got the Rooney Rule, they still barely hire black NFL coaches. They barely do. And if you do get a coach as an NFL, if you're a black NFL head coach, you got a short ass leash And they put you in like the most. They put you in the worst. They be putting these coaches in the worst teams possible. Outside of Mike Tomlin, I'm talking about outside of Mike Tomlin. Tony Dungy had to build a whole team just for him to get let go, and then what's his name? Gruden gets all the credit, and then he finally got repaid justice by being able to go on a stacked Colts team with Peyton Manning and winning a Super Bowl. And then he tried to because I'm talking about like in the NFL, black head coaches, they be getting fired for winning. Like they'll like a black NFL head coach, they'll have like a 9-7 record with a shitty team that they built up, and they will get fired. So like DEI has never really done nothing for black men anyways. So I like how they were trying to like push it towards like look, they're taking away DEI. Like it was a lot of liberals saying, "Oh, they're taking away DEI." I'm like, well, it's not really going to do anything for us anyways. See, Harp's Desire says East African, like probably Nubian. Yeah, it was like an East African type chick. They got her TikTok taken. The women reported her TikTok. And because you know what their excuse was? Oh, she's probably underage. I was like, oh, stop it. I'm like, y'all are awful. She's probably that was their reasoning. I'm like, y'all jealous of her because she's skinny. If she was fat, y'all would be supporting her. But she's skinny and she's pretty in the face, and she garnered the most male attention. That's why you got her TikTok reported. Y'all are the worst. Worst people. The worst. These the worst batch of broads in American history. Easily. Let me see. Truth Hunter says other BWs, men can't know we can cook, ban her. Facts. They had really with Cooking with Kai, they had her TikTok taken. I couldn't believe it. I didn't even think, I thought it was that whole Cooking with Kaya thing in December. I thought it was funny. I saw people making skits and jokes about it. I thought it was funny. I'm like, they really got this poor girl's TikTok taken away just because she was cooking. I was like, wow. I was like, wow. That was I was like, wow. they swear they hate the male gays. We're dusties, we're broke, we don't deserve nothing, men are all predators, and blah 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 blah. But you get other women's TikToks getting their TikToks taken because they get the most male attention. What? That to me, it's like I almost want to download that Jesse Lee Peterson soundbite. Amazing. I just want to just off that. I'm just like, wow. It boggles my mind. That the Cooking with Kaya chick and that other East African chick. I don't know. I never bothered to know her name. I just remember she was going viral for a little bit, and then I just stopped seeing her. But I thought nothing of it until 3 or 4 months later. People were saying that, oh yeah, they got her TikTok banned. I'm like, for what? Oh, they were saying she was she might have been underage. I was like, get the fuck. I was like, y'all gotta stop this nonsense. Please stop. If the bitch was as big as the rapper, what's her name? Demoss, what I showed in the beginning of the live stream. If she was as big as Demoss, then y'all would have been supporting her. Awful people, man. Women can be very awful people, man. I saw a tweet from a woman. She said, if I don't know if I saved it, but she had said, if she said, as a woman, if I only have women hyping me up and a man says I'm fat or I'm undesirable, or a group of men are saying I'm undesirable, and if I only have women hyping me up and saying I'm a queen, that's how I know I'm ugly. I was like, damn. Facts. What's their Umar Johnson soundbite right there, man?
Facts. Facts. Facts.
Yo. Speaking of immigration, though. Speaking of immigration. Speaking of immigration. Let's see if we can find that old orange man tweet that I had saved from a minute ago. Let's see if we can find that, because I found it very interesting. Or how about this? Let's talk about it real quick. Right here. When we see JD Vance's, wife, his Indian wife, right? So right here you have a conservative here, or a right-leaning individual who's whatever, but he says, I enjoyed Vance's book. His story is a classic American rags to riches, and when he talks in tweets, overall he seems to say the right things, but this picture just confronts you with the messy realities of globalism. It makes you feel like you are getting hoodwinked yet again. But I'm like, bro, I'm not saying globalism isn't happening, but I'm just saying, when are you gonna put the onus on the Caucasian women, on the American women, where it's clear to me where if a white dude gets if the average white dude gets leverage and he starts looking at his options, he's like, I can't date the average American Caucasian woman. Why is that? But too many on the far right give white women like ridiculous passes for being awful. And they don't and if you could just see why he chose the women that he did, it would make sense. Right? So right here, Latinx adjacent doctor, PhD, he says the only people responsible for Vance marrying an Indian woman are white women. Think about it. Let it sink in deep in places you don't talk about at parties. Facts. The only people responsible for Vance marrying an Indian woman are white women. But a lot of conservatives, they're not ready for that discussion. A lot of right-leaning conservatives, they're just not ready for that discussion. And don't even get me started with the liberal white women. The liberal white women, they swear they can do no wrong. They swear they can do no wrong. Don't even get me started with that. But I gotta find the that Trump video. Oh, sorry, Orange Man. It's somewhere. It's somewhere. But it does relate to the immigration crisis, in my opinion. It does definitely relate. Damn, I got a lot of the Travis Hunter stuff. Oh, right here. Here you got Charlie Kirk speaking at this thing, right? And he's going to say all the simping talking points. Right here. Should I enlarge it? No, I should not. I'm not going to enlarge it.
You're a father now, obviously, but what advice can you give to young dads that are either about to have their first child or just had their first child? What would you, we've been through all of that, but what would you say to help encourage them?
Well, I would say you need to understand the biblical role of the father. Again, I'm still learning this. I've only been at it, for 2.5 years.
We're still young.
But when it comes to your child, you are tasked to protect them both physically, spiritually, and emotionally, and really outside the house, and obviously in other ways as well. Quality time is everything. You're not.
Shout out to AJ in the chat. We had a nice convo, before before the stream.
Above any of the duties or the tasks or the roles, but you're also, you as a father and as the provider, you need to get your act together so much that your wife never has a financial pressure ever on the family. And if you have not done that, then you got to get your act together. And let me tell the men, out there. You do not spend a dime on video games or sports games or things for yourself until your wife does not have to worry about finances. You come last in the family when it comes to
Wow, that's very encouraging. That's very encouraging. That's very encouraging. So shout out to Pearly, just Pearly thing. She says the simping never ends. Women are having 1.2 children that are in public school. There's a million work from home jobs. Some women working will allow their men to retire 20 years early. Why should women not contribute? Why are men not able to enjoy life? And you know, I don't understand the over simping of this kind of stuff, where the man just has to be the complete workhorse, do all this stuff for the and okay, we're doing all this just for what? Because amongst the Christians and the conservatives, their divorce rate is worse than the normies, believe it or not. Their divorce rate is worse than the normies. You would think in the secular world it'll be worse. No, and actually in the amongst the Christians and the conservatives, their divorce rate is worse, if not similar. It should be like a literal it should be like a 180 from the divorce rate should be a complete 180. Nope. It's just the same. Even and what's crazy is I don't see, I play with I know a bunch of Muslim brothers that I not brothers, but like I know a group of Muslims, right? They don't divorce. I don't hear about no divorces in their camp. I don't hear none of that. Or when I talk about the immigrants, the people that come through, they come from families, they don't do divorce. And then you're just wondering why, damn, why these dudes of power, they're opting for a different something different from the average American Caucasian woman. They're just shocked. They're just like, how? Oh man. I don't know why I can't find that that picture. But I don't know why I can't find that Trump vid. I don't know why I can't find it. But I did find it very damning that, or not damning, but I found it interesting that nobody would bring it up, that even Orange Man had said that these people are not going. He basically said they're not going in. He's basically saying, yeah, we're putting back the people that came here illegally, but we're still bringing in the legal people. So I'm like, so basically the replacement is still happening. It's just being more, wait, what? It's just still being more, oh, never mind. It's just still being more, it's like a regulated replacement. Yeah, regulated replacement, right? Yeah, I already spoke on the Italian prime minister. I'm not going to speak on that. The Italian PM. Not going to speak on that. Let's see. I already spoke on Mariah the scientist. Man, why can I not find that video? I'm going to have to save that yeah, right here. I'm going to have to save it and then unsave it. Fuck. What did I just do? I just deleted it. I just deleted it by accident. That's crazy work. I just deleted it by accident. I thought I could save it and then, unsave it and then save it so it can pop up on the top. But anyways, bottom line is the immigrants, like just the crisis in and of itself is not it's not a crisis. That's just something. It's the front. It's the front. It's the front. I might have to look it up on YouTube. Oh, and apparently Trump had Orange Man has a history of saying this kind of stuff already, even in the past. So basically it's just like obviously the illegals are gonna be quote unquote threatened, but you're still gonna have people coming in. You're still gonna have people coming in, and on top of that, you're still gonna have people coming in illegally, which they're gonna act like, I don't know how these people are coming in illegally. You know, it's the same thing when I bring up, the Italian PM. She's fronting because the way Italy is shaped, they can easily stop that. The way Italy is shaped, just the way Italy is shaped, they can easily stop that. Right? So let's get into the next topic. Let's get into the last topic of the day. This guy right here. Oh man. Hold on, let me right here. So shout out to this page right here. I ended up reposting it. Hold on. So he said the truth. Shout out to the Twitter. Oh, god damn it. So right here, he said the truth is that this man is most women's looks match right here. And people want to talk about, man, why are we relying on immigrants for population and increase of this and increase of that? Why we have a fertility crisis? Bottom line is this guy, whatever you want to call him, he is most women's looks match. Let me explain. Most women are not 8, 9s, and 10s. There's not a whole lot of 9s and 10s in the world, right? But with makeup, with online filters, with these dating apps, with social media. So right here, the tweet that went viral. Let me see. The tweet that went viral. I'm gonna bring it up for real quick. It's this tweet right here. So this tweet it went viral. Might have to remove the chat, I think. Let me see. Charlie's take. But anyways, right here, you have a situation because the tweet is not available anymore because the woman got roasted. She got like supremely roasted. So right here, you have a situation where the guy that you see in the picture, he said something to her about her looks. He was saying like, look, you're not even that pretty to be talking to me in this particular way, right? And she replied back, you need to be effing serious, LMAO. I'm way out of your league. And this is her. This is her picture. And this is his picture. Now, what made it even worse is it was a lot of 3 out of 10s, 4 out of 10 women, 5 out of 10 women, 4 out of 10 women responding back to this man saying, I'm out of your league too. But I'm like, there's actually, you guys are supposed to be dating, but this is the turmoil that we have in the dating market space, where not only does, Kevin Samuels will bring it up, the average woman wants nothing to do with the average man, but he was popular for bringing that up. But even worse, the women that are below average want nothing to do with their looks match. Absolutely nothing to do with their looks match, right? And even just the term of equality or partnership. A woman, I'm talking about just in it'll be a regular couple, right? And the woman will be like, "We're in an equal partnership," and then the guy will be making like $200,000, and she's like making like $60,000, and she's not contributing anything, but she'll say that's an equal partnership. This is kind of the warped view that many young women have of relationships today. It's very skewed. Women have a very skewed perception of themselves. They have a very skewed perception of reality. They're borderline schizophrenics, a lot of them. And people think the problem is like the women that are like 8s, 9s, and 10s. They're not the problem, because at the end of the day, the girls that are 9s, the girls that are 10s, they're gonna get taken care of by somebody. And a lot of the times they end up settling for a quote unquote Brad. A lot of the times they will be like, okay, I gotta find a guy that's probably a 5 or a 6 and just call it a day. Eventually. Once those 9s and 10s hit the wall, they'll be like, okay, I gotta find somebody that's like 5s and 6, and then I'll just have my one kid and call it a and call it a night. But the women that are the 6s, the 5s, and the 4s, and the 3s, they want to be treated like the 9s and the 10s. But with, when you got because unfortunately, women like this, they still get thirsty ninjas in their DMs, or they still have, 1,000+ matches on Tinder, because what dudes do is they go on Tinder and they swipe right on every single person, which I don't know why dudes do that. I've never done anything like that. To me, that's wild to me, but that's just my opinion. But this is what dudes do. But it's enough of a validation boost for women for them to believe in their own hype. They have enough DMs from random nobodies, but it's enough for them to believe their own hype. It's enough. It's enough for them to be like, "Oh, I'm good. I got options and blah blah blah." Oh man. But this is people want to, and what was interesting is Beard Son, he's one of those like, conservative type dudes. If you look at his profile, if I can bring it up. Let me see if I can bring up his profile. Beard Son. Because he gained a lot of traction and followers, from this, right? But so he's showing he's showing basically all the women that have responded negatively to what he had to say about the broad replying to him back, right? So let me show his his Twitter real quick. And you're seeing in live time him a conservative type Christian type nationalist type dude. It's in his it's literally in his profile. I'm not making that up, But right here. His profile, hetero, gamer, veteran, Christian, nationalist, comedian, live streamer, cool guy, right? From Kentucky, USA, right? So he's getting RP'd in real time, where you have the 4s, the 5s, in the 6s, 3s, acting like they're above him, when he's probably a 3 himself just off this picture, but really all he needs is a shave, and he's like a regular dude. All he needs is a shave, really. That's it. And probably the gym, and he's literally a regular dude. But what is that even gonna do? What is that even gonna do? If the regular dude can't even get a regular woman to respect him, right? So let me keep scrolling because he showed like the broads that was replying to him. Because I remember they show like it was hilarious. Let me see. So if you see this particular tweet, so the post isn't available anymore. As you can see, it says you're unable to view this post because this account owner limits who can view their post. So she got roasted so much by the normies that she decided to lock the post. She took the post down or put it where nobody can see her post. Because the woman is literally a 2 and she's talking down on a 3. But that's the dating market right there. That's literally the dating market summed up. That's the dating market summed up. Like this woman right here, she's a 2. She's a 2. Like you can't, like I'm talking about, you can't even bring up, like I can't even search up her at because you can't even, she's not gonna allow you to see her page because she was getting roasted. But that's kind of like the delusional land that many women like this live in. Let's see. I'm way out of your league. Somebody said you're barely a 4. And then obviously you have a woman like this that's just gonna lie to her and says she goes, "You're literally stunning. The F are these comments yapping?" And she's clearly lying. Like women like this are awful. Awful. Because she knows she lying. And the only reason why she's bigging her up is because she's clearly of no threat. Hold on. Let me, yeah. So here you got this woman. Of course, you're going to big her up and say that she's stunning because she looks nowhere close to how you look. And she weighs nowhere close to where you weigh. So you're gonna big her up. But then this is gonna be the same type of woman right here. This same type of woman right here that's gonna be reporting Cooking with Kaya's page, even though that was mostly BWs that did that. But I'm just saying, but you know what I'm saying. This is gonna be the type of woman to report a woman's page. You're talking about, oh, I thought she was underage. That's why she's getting all these male attention. No, stop it. So this is another close up. Oh my God. And because the thing is with the dating marketplace, you'll have a girl like this, right? And it'll be like a regular, Caucasian dude, and you'd be like, okay, I'll go out with her, see what she's about. And meanwhile, this girl is giving you an attitude the whole time and looking down at you like you're nothing, and you're giving her a chance. But unfortunately, if she has a dating app, if she has a Tinder app, we already know that Chads and Tyrones, they don't discriminate. They don't discriminate. So on an off night, if none of the women that he wants is answering his text, he'll call a 2. He'll call a 3 to come over and he'll pipe it down. But she'll think that's the standard after that encounter. So you'll come back to her and you're thinking, okay, I'll just do this. And then I'm talking about giving you attitude, saying condescending things to you during the date, acting like you ain't, like this is stuff I've experienced. Because I keep telling you, like, the people that I've had the most problems with are women like this. Not the pretty girls. They haven't really done much because they just exist and people just give them things, so they don't really have an incentive to be an asshole, right? But I always say the best treatment I got was from a very pretty woman. But this woman right here will literally go out to destroy. It's women like this that are destroying the dudes in the divorce court. It's like, dude, it's women like this, right? The mids, the 6 out of 10s, the ones that think that they're higher than that, because in her mind, she thinks she's settling. These are the people that are really causing the chaos in the dating space, right? And then I remember somebody in the comments said that she looks like an obese Brett Cooper. I was like, damn, that's cold blooded. It's cold blooded. Oh man. He's looking at them pictures. Yeah, don't that's it's women like this, or like, even, homie, I'm not saying I haven't been flaked on, but I'm just telling you, like, I remember being on these dating apps, and you'll match with a girl like this. She's giving you the most attitude. She's giving you the driest conversation, and in her mind, she's like, I can do way better than this guy, because she's smashed dudes of higher status, believe it or not. Like, I remember one chick that I know personally that I matched with, that I actually knew. And then I look at her Instagram, and then I'm seeing all these trips. I'm like, wait, even her? She getting flown out. And she was on the overweight side. I remember having that realization in, like, this was like 2019 or 2018. Yeah, I think this was 2018. And see, it was either 2018 or 2019, because I remember I was still working at a specific spot, and I was like, her? How's she getting? I'm like, she getting flown out too. But dudes with means will do stupid stuff like that, fly a fat bitch out, or he probably saw something in the filters and he's like, okay, let me just take this because she's the easiest. Now, women like that, they don't understand that they're just being, like, used as as toilet tissue at best. So, but they don't realize that they're being picked because they're the easiest to get. But that's why Chads will be with a woman like this. Or you'll even have guys like a Chad or Tyrone. They will have a girlfriend close to that. Like they'll have like a 5 out of 10 chick, right? Of a different race or something like that, because they know she not only is she's gonna give him everything, she's gonna also let him cheat too. And she's gonna cook and do all this stuff. But for her looks match, she's gonna be like, I'm not doing none of that. And that's the cons of today's dating market spot. Another picture of her. Yikes. But that, they don't, and on top of that, a lot of them really believe that filter, like that filter, they really think that's them. Somebody said, you're both 2 out of 10 and women don't care about looks as much, so he's probably got you beat. Facts. So, this is another picture of her. This is how I know. I'm like, she definitely looks like she's on the chubby side. So this is another picture of her. So, and here she is talking about, I'm way out of your league. And it's just like, what? But unfortunately, I'm pretty sure ninjas have smashed this on the low. Ninjas. So that's one of the worst parts about it. Because what this is what I say this is one of the worst parts. This is another thing to this that I want to add. You'll have dudes, like it'll be like white dudes, they will laugh or they don't mind like ninja smashing girls like this, but they don't understand that long term that damages the marketplace. Because over time, a regular white dude is gonna want to be with her. And meanwhile, she's gonna be just looking down at her looks match of her same race, and she's gonna be like, ew, I've done much better than you. But she don't realize like you were just being used as practice, you know? Or a girl like this will be with a Chad, and she will never look at men at her level the same or below. And really, a girl like this cannot, like, it's actually gonna damage her long term being with Chad, because there's no way she's going to treat the men on her level with the same respect that she gave Chad, even if it was for one night. Even if it was for one night. And people be shocked to be like, what? This woman, she has options? Yes. Yes. Sexually, mind you, sexually. Different from relationship options. But that validation is enough for her. Somebody said battle of mid. But yeah, this is our spot. This is our spot. And that's why she removed the post. And now you're seeing, the conservatives and whatnot. Like, I even saw a tweet from Beard Son, and he was like, yo, what is going on? What is it with these mid bitches tweeting at me and tweeting me their pictures, trying to prove that they're a 10? What's going on? And that's what we've been trying to tell, the conservatives. Like, this is why you guys have a fertility crisis. Those women that really your guys are supposed to be with, they're looking at you like you ain't nothing. And they're just like, I refuse to have babies with this. That's what's going on. You have the mid girls, whatever. They got their dating apps. I'm talking about, you have girls that look like that, and they'll have a triple digit body count. You'd be like, how is that even possible? It is. Like, I know a girl that looks very similar to that. Weight wise and everything, got a triple digit body count. All in most of that body count in college. This is where we at. I remember even because no girl is really safe. I know somebody I know personally. He had a girl, and he thought she was loyal to just him, and she was to an extent. She would give him money. That's why I always say, if you're a man, I wouldn't rely on women to be paying you, quote unquote. He was a black dude. He had one of them white girls, quote unquote, taking care of him, quote unquote. But he didn't understand how the dating really works. And he doesn't. I'm like, you don't understand. You think that nobody's smashing your girl because, oh, this is just a fat white chick that's taking care of me, and she's only gonna be with me. No, that's not true. If she works, trust me, it's probably a ninja or a dude that already has a lot of girls, that's all up in your girl's ear, getting her to do all types of stuff. And one day he had her phone. He just happened to just take her phone for one minute. He didn't have no suspicion. He just happened to just look through her phone, and she was so worried when he took her phone. She admitted everything. She admitted that she was cheating on she was sleeping with one of the dudes that she was working with. Not only did she admit that, she admitted to him that the spot that he was working with, he got the job because she slept with the hiring manager at that spot. That's how he was able to get the job, because her version of putting a word in, she was sleeping with the hiring manager at that spot. And then she was also sleeping with one of the dudes that was working at another department. I'm talking about that guy was doing everything to her. And he was just shocked because he just thought, oh, this is my white girl that just be she be giving me money. She lets me, lay up at the spot and whatnot. Oh, nobody wants my fat white chick that's giving me money. Wrong. You can wrong. If your girl works, is a dude in her ear. Bottom line, dude in if your girl working, there's a dude in her ear. I'm talking about he didn't even get a chance to look into the phone. She was just she was so caught up that before he even got a chance to even dive deep into the phone, she admitted everything. So if your woman has a phone, if she got Instagram, Facebook, trust me, you can't be shocked if she's sleeping with somebody else. Because people will look at a girl like I just showed you. Because the girl that I'm talking about right now, that with the guy that I was talking about, she was only like 2 points above this woman's face. Probably 2 points. About 2 points. Maybe actually 1 point, really. Yeah, only one. Yeah, she was a 4. She was really a 4 out of 10. But and the dude I was talking about, he was just shocked. He was just like, and he even found out like the guy that was sleeping with his girl was married and had kids and and the whole nine. Another ninja too. It was another ninja, and then the hiring manager was like of a different race. I don't remember. Because he thought he was playing her. But but I never put nothing in his ear to be like, yo, your girl is probably but and then he had to quit his job because he didn't know that he got the job because his girl slept with the manager to get her boyfriend the job. So it was embarrassing. He felt embarrassed. He had to leave the job. So these are the things. So we might be making fun of her and doing all this stuff, but believe it or not, there's some dude. I work with a cashier that looks similar to this, and she had a stalker. So we can talk about the mid women having a gigantic ego and all this other stuff, but at the same time, it's a lot of it is men's fault in terms of on the dating apps. Dudes just keep on swiping right every single time. Dudes being thirsty in the DMs. Oh, you got to approach 100 women. These kind of things, these are the things those things also mess up the dating market spot. Oh, you got to work your way up. You got to talk to the ugly chick. You know what? This is why I don't mind the incels sometimes. The reason why I don't mind the incels is because they have this thing where they will tell the people like what they will tell the incels is this. They'll be like, yo, you need to approach the most beautiful chick you can find. Because what they say, because it plays twofold. So what happens is they approach the beautiful chick. She's obviously 9.9 out of 10 times she's gonna say no. But what happens is it messes with her psyche because she's gonna be like, why did he think that he could approach me? That must mean that. So basically, it's a game to lower girls that are pretty that have options, is to lower their self-esteem long term. Which that's messed up. That's messed up, but it's funny at the same time. But you know what? I don't mind it. I don't mind it because at least because pretty girls know they're gonna get approached, right? It's just a matter of who's gonna approach them, right? Instead of doing this whole it's a numbers game. So they use these girls as practice to work their way up to have confidence to uh attract to approach pretty girls. Or what will happen with a lot of these dudes, they'll start off the night approaching the prettiest chicks that they can find, and then after they get no after they get enough chicks saying no, their self-esteem keeps lowering and lowering and lowering until they end up approaching chicks that looks like this. That's really the only chick that they could really find to sleep with. So what ends up happening is it's really women like this, the fives and the sixes or the fours, that end up getting most of the sex, because they end up getting approached the most just off of numbers, just off of the numbers, because most dudes are going to use a 4 or 5 or 6 as practice, or a 4 or 5 as practice. And most of the time, there's not going to be nobody else willing to fall for it, and it's just going to be them that'll take the offer. So then you'll have a girl like this. You'd be like, how in the hell she got a 3-digit body count? You know? Oh man. So Garrett Grant said, "Fact, same thing. When I was in college, even one of the sororities on campus was mostly big chicks. Yeah, now the sororities they're ruined, because those pretty chicks you think have a high body count, it's not really those chicks. It'd be chicks that look like this that be having a high body count. Yeah, the pretty chick will have a high body count as well, but it won't be, because people don't understand 40 body count, 50 body count is not a high body count in today's age. But a woman like what you see here, she'll have a triple digit, and you'll be like, it's impossible. If I showed you the women that I knew had a triple digit body count, you'd be like, there's no way that's possible. There's like, just looking at him, you'd be like, no. You'll be like, she don't even have a shape. She's built like a tooth. You'd be like, there's no. Yes, trust me. Yep, she slept him into. Yeah, she slept him into his employment. Yep, he had to leave his job because he was embarrassed when he found out. He said, educated Tyrone said 4 out of 10s get mad dudes. Said 4 out of 10s get mad dudes because of juggernaut theory. Oh yeah. So Rocky said, please explain juggernaut theory. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So Rocky said, so Chris, did everyone else know his girl was a 304? He's talking about the person that I know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like you can tell, when certain girls are sleeping with certain dudes, Like the funny thing is you'll be at their work spot and they will think that nobody knows, but everybody can tell. Everybody can tell. So especially when somebody it'll be like the funny thing is it'll be like a pretty girl that will approach the Chad at the job, and she'll be like, are you sleeping with this girl? And he'll be like, that's how it usually gets spread around, because it'll be a girl that actually likes the Chad, but then they'll find out that the Chad is sleeping with like one of the one of the mid chicks, one of the fat chicks, and they'll be like, you slept with her? I have a story about that too, man. I remember when I was in high school, it was this Hannah Baker type bitch. People knew her because she had a big old booty, but she was pretty beat in the face. But she would always show off her ass. So I remember she had got up in the class and she went over to the table for help from the teacher, and then one of the chads of our class, one of the chads that we're just gonna call him Chad, even though I know him personally. I know him personally. He was cool. He was mad cool to me. So I just hear him in the back with his friends and this girl that he knows that he's also smashing on the low. He goes, "Hey, you know I hit that, right?" and then we all turned around, like everybody from his row desk. We all turned around. I'm like, "You smashed her, dog?" Because we knew she was dirty. Because she was. I'm like, "Yeah, she has a big old ass," but that I'm like, "She's dirty." We were like, I'm like, we know, like, because we were looking at him like, we know you smash a lot of chicks, but we were just like, her. I'm like, man, that's dirty, dog. And everybody's like, wait, really? And he's like, nah, I was just joking, man. I was just joking. And then the girl next to him is like, dude, if I find out you really smashed her, I'm gonna lose all respect for you. And he's like, no, I was joking. I was joking. And then, but something in my spirit, I was just like, this dude, he really smashed her. Because if I showed you the girl, you'd be like, come on, bro. All she got is ass. That's it. That's all she got. But she likes to hang around with people and whatnot. She really thinks, she's cool, but she's just if I showed you the picture of the girl, you'd be like, bro, that's dirty. So then it was like 2 weeks later, then homegirl comes in that questioned Chad. He was like, you did sleep with her. He's like, I did it. He denies it to this day, but he honestly, yo, bro, you showed your card, bro. Because he was sitting back, chilling, relaxing. He was one of the basketball players on my school. I think he was the captain, if I'm not mistaken, but that's another story. Dude is like 6'7". Yeah, he's like 6'5" or 6'7". So he was just chilling. He thought he could just get away with saying that. And we would just look. I'm like, bro, you smashed that. Come on, man. So yeah, that's how things like that usually spread around, because it'll be like a girl that he's actually sleeping with or a girl that wants to sleep with him, and then they'll find out that he slept with a slump buster like this, and they'll be like, bro, and they'll be like, are you serious? That's how usually word gets spread out, because unfortunately Chads and Tyrones, they don't discriminate. They don't when it comes to sleeping with women, they don't really discriminate. So Educated Tyrone said, on some level, I feel like ugly chicks cheat more than pretty chicks, but it's still debatable. No, you're right. Ugly chicks do cheat more than pretty chicks. Those are facts. No, those are facts. All you got to do is go to the the divorce court and see the women that are putting their husbands through the ringer. See, just look at them. just look at them. Hey, yo, man. It's kind of dirty what I'm saying, but those are facts. Those are facts. Plus, oh yeah, and I'll say this. I told you, every dateable girl, dateable young girl that I worked with that had a boyfriend, they were not just sleeping with just the boyfriend. Every single one of them, whether pretty or not pretty or ugly or not, if they had a boyfriend, they weren't only just sleeping with the boyfriend. Every single one of them. Every single one. Now, remember, Ainsley came on my chat and he said, I only know, and remember, I had my former coworker. I said, there's probably only one woman that I know that wasn't cheating. And it was a married older woman that had her husband was working with him too. And Ainsley said that he heard that she was cheating. And Ainsley don't even put people's business out there like that. So I know he's not lying. So I was like, her too? She was basically the mom of the she because she would brag about her daughter and all this stuff. I'm like, she was the mom of the whole crew. What? She was messing around too? Yep. So yes, ugly chicks do cheat more than pretty chicks. Yes, these are facts. So right here. Educated Tyrone says also a pretty chick can get a Chad or Tyrone to stay around longer so she has less random chances to settle for a normie for a hookup. Exactly. Or this is why you'll see in terms of the number of times they will cheat, it will be lesser than the uglier girl because they'll be like, okay, I already have this guy for this. I don't need to sleep with this to get this. I don't need to do all that. I could just sleep with another guy that I know. The amount of times that she'll cheat, it will be less than the ugly chick because the ugly chick, she thinks she's a 5, 6, 7, 8, and she'll say that in public, but the reality is she has a ridiculously low self-esteem, like ridiculously low self-esteem. So she'll fall for any like dude that spits the right game to her. Educated Tyrone said 3s and 4s get ghosted by men more often, so there's more turnover like a McDonald's staff. Facts. This is what I've been saying. This is what I've been saying. Rocky said she was dirty as in diseased or just stank. No, she was a dirty chick, meaning it's not that she stinks. No, that's not what. But you can tell that she gives it up easy. If you approach her with just the right amount of whatever, she'll give it up easy. She a dirty chick. Like she's not. Even though yeah, she has an applesauce, right? I don't want to keep saying the word. Yeah, she got a booty, but that's literally all she has. And she wasn't fat. She wasn't fat. She is what you call thick. She was thick. She was a thick girl, but that's all she has was her thickness. That's literally all she had. You know what I mean? She wasn't stanker. It's just she's one of those like even ninjas was kind of wary of her because they're just like a chick like that's all that's literally all she has. That's literally all she had. And yes, she was ugly. Yes, she was like she was ugly. No disrespect, but she was ugly, right? But that's not chick you know because if you pull up to the spot with her on your arm, people are just gonna take one look at her and just be like, you're just only with her because of her ass. So a chick like that, yeah, you'll smash on the low, but you don't really want to be around her like that. Like I said, she was a Hannah Baker type bitch. She was a Hannah Baker type bitch. Like you'd smash, but there's no way you'd really tell anybody. You'd smash because you wanna fulfill your little dirty kink of smashing a big booty woman. You know, that's all you wanted to use her for. Like, so that's not something you want to. And she, in fact, could have definitely had diseases. Definitely. Um, Educated Tyrone says this makes me want to do another "Good Girls Don't Exist" stream. Well, I've always said on this channel, women aren't they're neither moral or immoral. They're amoral, right? So the definition of amoral. Let me give you the definition of amoral real quick because I've done this before. Amoral definition. So we might because we kind of we will confuse amoral with immoral, but there's a difference. So amoral is lacking a moral sense, unconcerned with the rightness or wrongness of something. So you'll see it even on Instagram or even with their activism. When women be taking up these activism things, they don't even know what they're protesting about. Most times, we don't already have seen these bitches on camera. They don't even know what they're protesting. they need to be told how to feel. And that's really most of the public anyways, but when it comes to women, it's so right here, right here. This is perfect. Open image in new tab. See if I can do this real quick. So right here, it says amoral describes someone or something not influenced by moral principles or lacking any moral sense. Immoral, an adjective you use to describe something that goes against established moral principles or is considered morally wrong on purpose. So immoral, you have a dude robbing somebody of stuff. Immoral. Amoral, oopsies, you see, it's the perfect definition. Amoral, you see a cat knocking over a vase. That's a broad. Bingo. That's the average American broad. So when you meet, because when you meet like a really good woman, that woman has been literally trained or brought up to really be that. She has been like strictly guided into being that. But this is the perfect definition of amoral and the perfect illustration where you got a cat knocking over a vase. They're not doing that because it's wrong. It's just that's just what they are. You can't really control a cat. It's the perfect illustration right here. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Exactly. So right here, he said facts, and pretty chicks get hella gifts and cash apps without even smashing. Do you know how many pretty chicks that I've seen, or they'll get industry opportunities. They don't even have to smash. But what happens is they can't go as far as they want to, because you will have certain pretty chicks that they don't want to do that. So they'll be in the industry for like 1 year and then they'll disappear, and then you'll see them probably a couple years later. Something like that. But if you see like a chick getting consistent work in the industry and she's like mid and she's like not really talented, right? The what's the bitch name? The bitch from the Hunger Games, that girl, right? You knew what she was doing. This is all I got. Yeah, that girl, the girl, yeah, that's literally that girl in high school, that with the big old butt. That's literally all she had. Now I hope people are not like. I hope the people from my high school, if somebody is listening, I'm not talking about the girl that was 1 year younger than us. She's different. Like her situation was way different than the girl from my class. Because there was another girl that was like lower than us, who was she was like she was just a Latina girl, right? It's just her genetics were what it was, and her like she couldn't hide her thing. Like she would wear the most baggiest of sweatpants, and it was just yeah. She couldn't do nothing. And she was a decent chick, but I remember at the time when she came, she was a freshman and she was dating a senior at the time, the senior dude that we knew. I liked her because she wasn't dating Chads. She didn't started dating she didn't date Tyrone's like that only until she became a sophomore. Sorry, a sophomore junior year. She didn't really have a type. But no, there was specifically a girl in my class, in my particular class of 2016. She just had all she had was a big old ass. That's literally all she had. That's it. That's it. And she was thick. That was her contribution to the world. Let me see. Yeah, exactly. Like if you see like a woman that has like morals, principles, that means she was really brought up in a really a situation when she was brought up with honorable people. But it needs to be almost perfect. It needs to be almost a perfect situation. where she's brought up amongst honorable people, an honorable dad and an honorable mom, right? And it really needs to be, because the problem is most parents, they're not perfect, and most people aren't really honorable in general. They might be nice, but in terms of to be an honorable person, you know what I mean? Like, especially if you're a woman, you really need to be reared, or you'll see most women that are actually really good and, kind and all this stuff, you know, because you need to hope that the woman that you're meeting is really a religious person, meaning like she was religious her whole life. I'm not talking about after she hit age 27. I'm talking about religious her whole life. You know what I mean? That, you know what I mean? Like, and actually has a fear for what could possibly happen. Oh yeah, Jennifer Lawrence. That's what I'm talking about. When you see like a Jennifer Lawrence type, she's not really talented. She doesn't have great acting chops, but she kept getting consistent work. That means she got with somebody to get where she needed to be. That's how it works. But yeah, amoral versus immoral, right there for you. I love the the illustration using a cat knocking over a vase. That's as great as an illustration as you're gonna get. So exactly. So most women, especially when we talk about American women, are amoral. So especially if you got a situation where the woman didn't get brought up with a dad, or she got brought up where the dad got separated from the family, you're dealing with not an immoral woman, an amoral woman, right? Because there's things that she's going to do. She doesn't even realize the collateral damage she's doing, but it's just so natural for her to be destructive without even knowing. And there's nothing really, because if somebody's immoral, there's usually consequences. So you see the person robbing the woman, there's consequences to that. Is there really consequences to a cat knocking over a vase? You know what I mean? Your $200, $300, your priceless antique. Ice Spice. Yeah, Ice Spice, yes. That's a perfect example, right? Ice Spice, who else? SZA, right? These people, Kalani, right? Oh yeah, Mariah the Scientist, who we covered earlier. Saweetie, yeah, Saweetie's a perfect example. Well, and the thing with Saweetie, her mom was literally the exact same thing. Like, she was a video vixen type woman. She was brought up in the industry. Saweetie ended up doing the same thing, right? Black China, right? The usual suspects, right? The usual suspects. But Jennifer Lawrence is the prime example. That's prime example. Oh yeah, SZA, she has altered her look so much. Yeah, Chanel West Coast, right? Now, I'll say this. The flip side to somebody like that will be Zendaya. And I'm not saying Zendaya is like overly attractive, but a woman like Zendaya, she's going to get protected. She's protected. Ever since Zendaya's been in the industry, she's been protected. If you look up who Zendaya's parents are, she has white dad, black mom. So you already know her, and her dad was probably a small hat too. So her dad probably had juice. So Zendaya's always been protected. Ever since we've literally saw Zendaya grow up. She's been protected literally her the whole time she's been there. So much so, even I'm talking about even the dudes in the industry will protect her just off GP. They will just protect her. Even remember when she was on Wild and Out, and this white dude was trying to rizz her up, and the dude was getting mad because she wasn't falling for the Riz attempts, and he tried to put his finger on her chin, and she backed away like, no. And all of them ninjas came out of nowhere like shadow kind of like, whoa, what you doing? y'all have y'all seen that? I was like, oh, I'm like, damn, Zendaya really protected for real. I'm like, I have my suspicions because she's not crazy in the head, but she's been protected like her whole childhood. The whole time she's been in the industry, she's been protected, and she's with the guy that she wants to be with. And she's ended up being with the guy that she wants to be with the Tom Holland, right? She's been that's like when you talk about a very attractive woman in the industry that doesn't have to do what the other women have to do, right? That's an example of that. Now, if Zendaya didn't have protective parents or protective like people around her, she would have still found a way in the industry. She probably might not have been that big because she wouldn't have the protection, and then she would probably have to be with somebody, you know what I mean, and to get where she needs to be. But you have somebody like a Zendaya that's pretty, attractive, and she's protected, and she's a people like her just off GP. She's always gonna go far. Now imagine this. Imagine you're pretty, attractive, and you're like a good personality. Whether you sleep with certain people or not, but you're a good like I'm talking about, you're a good person in your personality, and you in the industry, sky's the limit for you. The worst you can end up being is like a radio host. That's gonna be like that's like the furthest drop off you're gonna get. You know what I mean? So that's just how it works. A lot of the pretty girls, they just get things done for them just off of they looks. Just off GP. So they're not gonna have to do the things that like the average chick is gonna have to do. Your floor is a radio host. If you're an attractive woman with a good attitude, I'm talking about you don't even have to sleep with nobody, and you can literally that's your floor. That's your floor. Or a supervisor of a Fortune 500 company where you're making still close to six figures. That's your floor. If you're an attractive woman with a good personality, and say you want to, but I'm speaking on an attractive women that want to be in the industry, your floor is literally that. But then Zendaya, she had like the trifecta, and she had like protective parents, so there wasn't strange agents going in and out of the room, because what people don't understand is predators, they don't target. People think that pretty people are just being targeted. No, what predators do, they target the boys or the girls that they think nobody really cares about them, the ones that don't have parents, right? The ones that aren't being looked after because of their looks, right? Those are the people that the predators go after for the most part, right? This is how it works, particularly and especially nowadays when it comes to women. Please. I don't know about I don't want to actually, let me not mention no other names because people might get mad. But this is America. This is how it works. Predators go after easier targets, so they'll go after that's why they go after boys. They think the predators be going after young boys. That you see most of these people on the Catch a Predator, most of those ones that they caught, they were after young boys. So these are the people that they go after. They go after people that think they don't have nothing. They don't have protection. And this is why you'll even I have a theory. I haven't done the numbers behind this. but they might need to do a poll. And I know it's a weird thing to think about this, but hear me out. Hear me out here. I think there's a correlation between, when they talk about, when they find out that their somebody's uncle touched somebody in the family, they need to do a poll on what side of the family that was. Was that the mother side of the family or the father side of the family? And I would put to bet, I would bet a decent sum that a lot of those uncles would fall on the mom's side of the family. I don't know why I'm thinking this, but there's got to be something to that. There's got to be something to that, because I think that fear factor of knowing, if you go after somebody with a real protector or real protection, that there's gonna be serious consequences, right? Like, I always think about that. I forgot what movie that was, where it was like the dad found out that one of his boys messed with his daughter, so the daughter ended up hanging herself, and he never knew. And even though he was physically abusive towards her, he never obviously was sexually, but he found out one of his boys caused her daughter to hang herself, and then he found out it was one of the dudes that he would let at the house. And once his wife told him that it was one of his boys, and he literally he beat the dog ish out of that dude. He literally beat him to death. So it's that, I think it's that, and then you take into account, let's take into account the amount of abuse that happens when a woman has a stepfather in the kid's life, whether it be boy or girl, right? And you look at the statistics behind that, how it's like the statistics are like crazy. It's like 10 times, or it's like, I saw something, it was like a crazy statistic of, or around the amount of abuse that stepfathers will do towards the kids. And I'm like, bruh, how's that even possible? And then compare that to the stepmom. So it really makes me wonder, when they keep talking about these uncles that are getting away with this nonsense. I always keep hearing how the uncles be getting away with the nonsense, and then like the moms will be like covering for the uncle because the uncle's the mom's brother, right? So I've always wondered, like, which side of the family that would happen most, and how when predators will target certain people, I'm pretty sure, because we got to take into the fact that predators target people without protection. They're always going to make, so that means they're probably going to avoid kids, boys or girls, that have an older brother, a father that be carrying a gun. You know what I mean? So that's something, that's something to take into account. That's definitely something to take into account. Let me see. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I saw something crazy. So Dallas Looksmatcher. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. I like the username. He said, "Educated Tyrone, this is way better than Greg's whack ass stream." Who's Greg? Who's Greg? Oh, hell no. Who's Greg? See, Pyro says, "I saw YouTube shorts where a girl did a shop life and the cop caught her and snuggle her, and the dad found out and caught the guy, tie him up, and made a big buff man grape him." Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. It was that drug dealer. The drug dealer, um the guy that ran Harlem or something. I forgot. I know what movie you're talking about. They said that really happened. They said that really, because they said that his daughter was a street worker. But the problem is, unfortunately, with street workers and pros, especially back in the day, they used to, cops would take advantage of their position and grape at them. Yes, this stuff like that would happen on a regular, but he didn't know that was the biggest drug dealer in New York. That was his daughter. It's just like his daughter was just decided to be a pro, a prostitute, but he didn't know that was his daughter. So So he's like, oh, I didn't know it was you. I didn't know it was your daughter. And yeah, apparently that's a true story. They found out it was him, and he called one of them big ninjas in jail to grape him. And this is what happens when they find out that you have a protector. It's real consequences to that. It's real consequences to that. That's why they tend to avoid. Like I remember it was it was somebody had made a joke back in the day where he was like, I only date black women because I know I don't have to deal with a father. I was like, that's messed up, but maybe there's something to that. There's something, there's something to that. There's something to that, where people that want to take advantage of somebody, whether it be it doesn't have to be just sexual. That means financially, right? That can be physically, but especially you want to talk financially. They always target people that don't have a protector. You know, I know what you're talking about, Pyro. Yeah, it's I know it's a true story of a true drug dealer that used to run New York, black dude, the one that Forrest Whitaker, it's like Forrest Whitaker played the role. I know exactly what you're talking about. Right here. So it says, Truth Under said, what side and how much is single motherhood a factor into it? It is literally everything. Single motherhood is literally the factorhood. It's the X. It's like the big elephant in the room that nobody wants to address. Even something simple as sports, why there's no black dudes playing baseball is because of single mammies, right? So I keep telling you about that story with Josh Gibson. Josh Gibson's grandson, he had a banquet celebrating his great grandfather, right? And the topic came up where he was asking for questions, and it was this one woman who was kept on being like, she was being frantic. She just kept interrupting, talking about, but like, why is there no black people doing baseball and all this stuff, and we being held back by the white man and all this stuff. So eventually, he's like, well, he was like, well, we've done a study where if you have a black boy that grows up in a situation where he has a black father and a black mom, or just he has a mom and a dad and a mom, he's most likely to pick up baseball at one point in his life. At one point. But when it comes to single moms, black single moms, they don't put their kids in baseball for the most part. So he was, after he kind of like broke it down like that, she stopped interrupting. Because at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with single moms. Exactly. So even just for sports, it has so much of a factor. Do you know that Howard University, the HBCU, Howard, they won the men's national soccer championships in 1973? Like in the 1970s, they won it like back to back. They won their men's team, all black people in there, all black dudes. They won the soccer championship, the national soccer championship, 2 years in a row. So the first year they won it, and then they disqualified them because they found like one thing. So then they proved it again by winning it again the next year, legitimately. It's like black people used to play so many, like they used to be very spread out with the sports, but that was like the last of the generation where you had dudes or young black men that were raised with dad and a mom in the home. But the problem is with single mammies, they only know football and basketball. And if push comes to shove, they're going to quit football for basketball. That's what happened to LeBron James. So just off of sports, you look at what single motherhood does to it. So of course, single motherhood has a factor into the amount of abuse that happens with kids, just in general. Yeah, people are just can't understand, like, why you got these girls, they want to be OnlyFans models, and they want to do porn, they want to do this, they want to do prawn all of a sudden. Now we already know most of these women that do stuff like that, they were touched when they were a kid. Now we already know when women divorce their fathers, or when they want to keep custody away from the father, they be putting them from babysitter to babysitter, different people to different people, just to avoid giving the father custody. Now there's a negative side effect to that. The more different type of people you put your kids around, the more you delegate responsibility of who's looking after your kid, the more nonsense that can happen without your knowing. The more of a percentage you put yourself, you put your kid in a position where you have other people always looking after your kids while you're doing God knows what, chasing your career. Doing what? Doing what? Oh man. Yeah, the retired gangs. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That Forrest Whitaker movie. Dallas Looks Maxer said, "You don't want to know, bro." He said, "This is better than Greg's." I don't know. Oh man. Let me see. He overextended his power. He says, Truth Hunter says, "Wonder what amount of PDFs have single moms?" Oh, well, they did, because when you look at the amount of criminals, they said like 80% of the jail inmates, they grew up in a single mom household. I like how in the newer articles, what they do is they say single parent household. I'll be laughing. I'll be like, "Oh, y'all, come like y'all dirty. Ain't not no single parent, single mom household, dog. Come on." But the amount of PDFs, yeah, the amount of PDFs have single moms, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like 80 to 90%. Oh, no, sorry, 70 to 80%. I'll be generous. I'll be generous. I'm pretty sure it's 70 to 80% of PDFs having single moms, because most PDFs, right? They were touched themselves, so they end up pass. It's a sick disease that gets passed down every time, right? This is why you'll even have certain, daycares or certain places that are actually serious about kids. They'll be like, "Look, if you have been touched as a kid, we can't have you looking after kids." You know, I know certain churches that run that way. Like they'll be like, "You can't run. I know what happened to you was bad, but we can't have you looking over kids." Right? When you look at the amount of rainbow people coming up, a lot of those people, they were touched. When you take the rise, where you you see how black women have the largest amount of, percentage wise, of LGBT people in their, percentage wise, in terms of percentages by race, black women have a large percentage of carpet munchers, right? But we already know, unfortunately, black women are targeted heavily by predators because they have literally zero protection. I'm talking about young black girls, right? So this is unfortunately, this is what happens, and then ta-da, single mom. Right? So but it's the elephant in the room that we see it, but nobody really wants to dive into why we have the single mother rate that we do. And by the time we actually start talking about it, it just goes back to blaming men that left women. So it's never, I don't even really think it's a situation that could be solved anymore. I don't think so. Because even the conservatives, they don't even want to dive into, they don't want to even dive into it. Let me see. They want to big up women, but won't let them take credit for the failures. Exactly. That's why it's kind of, this is why it's that's why I always say as a man, say if you find yourself in a situation where the mom wants to take the kid from you, right? Custody wise, I just say do the Tommy Sotomayor method. Either file for full custody or just wash your hands, because that whole back and forth where your kid has to live out of a suitcase for I'm talking about in middle school. Like these kids, they literally they have to have a suitcase. You know what I mean? Because they got to travel back and forth from their dads to their mom. Like you can't be doing that to kids, but this is what American parents do to their kids, right? This is what they do. So they have these kids living out of suitcases, and then on top of that, you have the woman playing games with you, filing for modifications, asking you for more money in the back end, and if you don't give her money, she threatens to bring court. That's not. It's just not. As a man, that's not no way to live. So I always say just either wash your hands if you're not dealing with a, because it should already be, you shouldn't, if she's already making you fight for 50-50, it's I'm talking about if she's not coming to the table like, yo, it's 50-50. 50-50. If she's not already coming to the table with 50-50, you might as well just let her have it and just move on with your life. And I also say like this: if she wants to get the courts involved for anything, just move on. Just move on. And then, like Tommy Sotomayor says, since you want my check so much, here, that's all you're gonna get. Here's my check. Have at it. And then, unfortunately, because you're gonna get the blame either way. Just to let you know, you're gonna get the blame either way. You might as well just go full. You might as well just go full, whatever, and just be like, look. And then once the kid is old enough, he's gonna, because the kid is gonna look for answers. He's gonna be like, why weren't you there? You'd be like, ask your mom. Because they'll know. Because I've even seen women be like, man, I remember, like, even one broad I saw on the internet where she said I had to check my mom, and she's she's saying that she's at the age of like 20 something, she's finally understanding why her dad left. You know what I mean? But it usually takes that long. It usually takes that. It's not something that kids are going to get, obviously, when they're a kid, because when you're a kid, you just want the presence of your parent is what matters the most. It's just the presence. It's not about the money. It's just you want the parent there, right? But once they get older, that's when they start to understand how life works. But anywho. But yeah, thank you. I saw, what's his name? Dallas Looksmatcher. Oh man, I like that name. Dallas Looksmatcher. Very straight to the point. Very straight to the point. He said the red pill YouTuber said if your kid sides with the mom and you're trying to explain yourself and they say nope, just wash your hands of the situation. Exactly. That's, Corey Holcomb has said that for a minute too, but he said he'll say it in jokes. He'll say it with his comedy, but that's the older I get, that's how I'm gonna operate. Like Corey Holcomb said it best on one of his streams in 2018. He said it. This is verbatim how Corey said it. He said, "Oh, you just gonna keep this one, huh? All right, I'll chip in. But if you gonna go after me and my funds, what I work for, bish, this means war." I was like, "Yo, facts." This was in 2018. This was in 2018. I believe Corey, like, one day I'm gonna do like you know how like motherfuckers be having Bible study and stuff. One day I'm gonna have a RP study, and I'm gonna show you like certain episodes that Corey Holcomb did that I will require you guys to watch in full to understand where I'm coming from. Because people don't understand, like, it's not that I don't like Kevin Samuels, it's just that a lot of the stuff that he says is just, it's already been said before. It's just he got famous off that, right? I remember seeing, when we talk about, or the guys like Anthony Brian Logan, right? I don't know if you guys know ABL, Anthony Brian Logan. I remember seeing Anthony Brian Logan in Tariq Nasheed's like shows, or in Zoe Williams. I remember seeing Anthony Brian Logan in Zoe Williams chats or in the comment sections. I'm talking about 10 years ago. You know what I mean? So I already know about all these dudes, and a lot of them, what they ended up, a lot of the stuff is just repeated information, really. You know what I mean? So I one day I'm gonna do like a RP study, and I'm gonna just show you these clips that I'm like, you guys need to watch these episodes because it's gonna give you a clearer vision of not necessarily where I'm coming from, but what it really is. Because I think there's certain things that are still, that I think a lot of guys, they're still not getting. They're not getting it, or they're not even getting where even a Kevin Samuels type person would come from. Like, I've seen certain Kevin Samuels clips, and I'm like, you guys are focusing on the wrong clip. Like, it'll be like a black bitch screaming and talking about she's high value. I'm a single mom with 5 kids. And I'm like, well, I don't really care about a clip like that. But there was a clip that I remember distinctly. It was a specific clip in that same stream. It was the Winter is Coming stream. I happened to watch that. It was he never clipped it. It's in the long stream. It was a black woman in medical school talking about a black dude in her class that he said that he doesn't date black women, and she said that she asked him why, and he said why, and she just accepted it, and she just took it as, oh, black men just don't want to date black women. And I'm like, and Kevin Samuels was like, so why aren't you fighting to get him? And she just kept walking around the conversation, and he was like, and Kevin said, oh, why? Oh, why aren't you trying to fight to get him? Because he said, because Marisol and Ling Ling are doing it, but why aren't you? And then he's like, because unfortunately, according to women like you, black men are just nothing worth fighting for. And he cut that situation right off real quick. And I was like, I was so sad after I saw that clip. I was like, so you complaining about a black medical student that you're attracted to, and you don't want to compete, so now you're putting black men in all this one boat, because I know for damn certain if that guy was a Pookie or a Ray Ray, you'd be fighting for him. But you just feel like a black man with no kids, with a good future, you don't feel like fighting for what you want. But all the other races of women are literally competing for him. But you just, nah. That clip, to me, that should have been clipped. But no, they're gonna clip the other bitch that's acting a GD fool that nobody's gonna take seriously. That clip right there, I don't, it's one of my earlier videos. It was like the day after Kevin Samuels had died, and I wanted to show the clip to I was like, this clip stood out to me. Let me see what time we got right now. I didn't look what time we got. How much time do I have right now? Let's see. He said, I know one guy that just gave up and went to a different country. Oh man. Yeah, but that one Kevin Samuels clip, that actually was shocking to me. I'm like, no, I was looking at the comment section. I'm like, nobody talking about this. I saw like one comment talk about that one clip, but everybody was talking about the single mom that was arguing with him that she's a high value woman, even though she's like she's a single mom with 5 kids with 4 different days. I don't care about those clips are nobody gonna take her seriously. But it was like the normie black chick that stood out to me because I'm like, this is the average black woman right there, and she's just like, eh. It's like it's part. Oh, I gotta find this because I did a video on this in 2022 because it was the day after Kevin Samuels died, and I wanted to give Kevin Samuels his props because I didn't really give Kevin Samuels his props when he was alive. To be honest with you, I'm gonna keep it a bug with you. I didn't really give him his props like that when he was alive, but you know, and then really seeing the vitriol that black women have for Kevin Samuels after his death, that really kind of put me on like on defense mode for Kevin Samuels because I was like, bro, are you serious? I'm like, y'all celebrating a man's death like this? That's crazy work. But anyways, watch this. Let me see. Kevin Samuels, what's it? Coming. I think it was this. Let me see if I can show you because it was a long stream. It was a long format stream. Oh yeah, this is it. Yep, I found it. Yes, sir. I found it. I want you guys to pay attention to this clip. This was really telling. This was like I was like, bro, are you can't like this was sad, really. And previously it showed like a clip of like it showed like this chick. Like this chick, I don't know if it was this chick or it was like a chick earlier that was acting a plump fool, but I want to show you something different. I want to show you something different. It was this chick that I'm about to show you right here.
So basically, I'm in med school and I see a lot of Black men and they're also in med school as well. But I noticed that those men in my med school don't Black girls, they want white girls. I know you've spoken about this sometime.
So this chick right here, this is what you would call about. This would be like, 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10, melanated sister. That would be a 6 out of 10, 5 out of 10 melanated sister. And she's talking about this, right? So fair use again.
On your channel and stuff like that. But I was wondering what else I could do as a Black woman to, I guess.
Hold on. No, so when you make a sweeping generalization, I'm going to ask some questions. Because oftentimes when you women talk about men, you talk about 100% of men like it's the 10% of men you're interested in. So when you say they want white women, you're speaking as if 100 or the vast majority of Black men in medical school only want white women. Is that what you're trying to say?
And she's talking about one dude, mind you. One dude. One Black dude that she's obviously interested in.
No, I'm not trying to say all the.
But that's what you said. But that's what you said, and that's why I'm clarifying. The Black men you would be interested in, according to you, they're interested in white women. The question is why. So have you asked them why?
I've asked some of them why, and it's
what
just
did they say?
That a lot of them said they were kind of like scarred in a way that based on like
scarred from whom? Scarred from whom?
Scarred by other Black women. So, for example, they didn't like how other Black women acted earlier on in their life, so they learned how to like white women, I guess.
So, if you ask the men you're interested in why they're not interested in Black women, and you heard what they said, why are you asking me what to do? Why don't you do what they want?
That's a great question. Why are you asking me? Why don't you just do what they want? And then why I like the comment right here. Hold on. So Pyro said Black women would rather let the world end rather than fight for the guy she wants. Yeah, especially nowadays, right? Educated Tyrone says right out the gate, he says they want white women. Exactly. So as soon as she says it, I'm like, oh, she already disingenuine. So Educated Tyrone says she making up stories. No black dude told her that. You know what? That's possibly true. But I'm gonna take her at her word. So Kevin Samuels is taking her at her word, and because even still, we'll take you at your word. They told you that, right? Even though she's probably lying, but say they told her that. Why don't you do what they want? You know what I mean? We'll take you at your word. We'll take you at your word.
It's not like they're telling me, oh, I need to do this, this, and that in order to. I'm asking what else I could do.
Well, see, hold on. What I'm trying to get you to understand is black men, like you're talking about, typically aren't asked, but if they told you why, are you presenting a better product and are you being competitive? How are you trying to steal Karen's boyfriend?
Yeah. So
how are you trying to steal Becky's boyfriend?
I mean, I was raised properly. I'm not like.
In other words, Kevin, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not.
Thank you. And would Becky try to steal your boyfriend?
Exactly. Yes. And we've seen so much so, we actually had a young 20-year-old girl that looks like this complaining about how a 30-year-old white woman stole her NBA boyfriend. And yes, they will try to steal your brother from you. Yes, they'll do it. Not even because they like the dude, but they'll just do it because they know they can.
I'm sorry. What?
And would Becky try to steal your boyfriend?
Yes.
You don't think? Excuse me.
I mean, I feel like she would try it. But
no, I didn't say no. I need you to listen real carefully.
Mm-hmm.
Would Becky try to steal your medical student black boyfriend if she were interested in him?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you. That's why you lose. You're calling a 52-year-old man to find a way to not compete. You know where the men are. You see them. You're attracted to them. You ask them why they're with white women. He tells you why you're with white women. And instead of getting in there, beating Becky and taking her man, you look for somebody else. You guys don't think to fight. You want a man to lay down. Impossible. The kind of men you want, the top 3%, 1%, you're going to have to fight for them.
Yeah. So my question was, I'm already in that circle. I'm asking.
So she tried to do everything but not do what she's supposed to do to get what she wants. But if you want what you want, you're gonna have to put some skin in the game. And what a lot of women are now do, they want all the benefits but none of the risks, right? All the reward, all the glory, but no risk. You know, that's really what the average woman really is doing, of all races, mind you.
Asking what else I could do.
You haven't even tried. Okay, ma'am, unless I missed something, you said you haven't tried to take Becky's boyfriend.
No, I said you asked if Becky tried to take my boyfriend.
I said first, have you tried to take Becky's boyfriend? And you said no, I wasn't raised that way.
Oh yes.
I know what I heard. Why have you not tried to take Becky's boyfriend? Thank you. Thank you, black man. I want you to hear what she's saying. Just because it comes across sugar and spice and feminine, still look for the bullshit, because I shouldn't have to fight for you. You should be a 1% black man sitting there unattached waiting for me. Bullshit. Fight for him or buy a dog or get a lesser man. That's the answer. Now, what are you going to do? You going to fight for him or you going to get a lesser man or buy a dog? Those are your options.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to fight for him.
Then go take Becky's boyfriend and don't ask me what should you do if you happen to find one that is unavailable. The unavailable or unattached guy ain't the one you want.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Every man you want is wanted by another woman. Knuckle the French toast up. Or watch Becky walk down the aisle and laugh at you.
Facts. To me, like this clip right here was very telling. And you know what's crazy? This clip, I didn't even mean for this to happen. I'm sounding like my uncle right now, but I didn't even mean for this to happen. But this clip actually sums up what we talking about: the immigration crisis, where you see guys like JD Vance getting women from another country. The American women now they're not even trying to compete, and that's why they're losing out to women from different cultures, different backgrounds, why they're being replaced. This clip actually sums up everything that I was trying to say today. I even mean for that to happen. That's crazy work.
Harsh reality, but you said it. Becky would fight you. Becky would try to take him from you, right?
And that's what the Asian women from overseas they're doing. They're stealing Becky's boyfriend, even though obviously in this case Becky's boyfriend was the black her hypothetical black man that she's chasing. Becky's gonna steal it from her, right? But in a worldwide case, you're seeing women from Thailand, Philippines, even Japan, even China, even Colombia, right? These spots, the American woman is losing to women overseas. You're seeing it. You're even seeing it in sports where I'm talking about in the FIFA. When I was looking at the Women's World Cup, and I saw all them Philippines won a game, bruh. Philippines won a game. They're not even supposed to be in the tournament, but they got they had like 3 half black, half, Philippine people on their team. All of them black dads. All 3 of those chicks, black dads. Because at the same time, they're kind of like the first passport bros. They would bring their chicks back to the States with them, right? Right. Ex-military type dudes. And then what would happen is their kids or their daughters, they would still go to school in the States, still get trained in the States, still get all their education, all the stuff in the States, but then they end up representing another country when it matters most. Remember the Swedish Paul Volter that won the pole vaulting thing? He's American, but he decided to represent Sweden. Why? American dad, Swedish mom. And the Swedish mom is probably a bigger feminist than American women, but American women just in general, they're losing. They're losing they're losing out to women from overseas. There's like I can give you a whole list of athletes that I've already showed you guys before, but where you're seeing all these dual national people, where the ones with the American dad and a different nationality mom, they're opting to play for the nationality of their mom, and the dad is like, whoever the father is, he's like, yeah, play for that country. There's a reason why this is happening.
Why don't y'all learn from Becky? Because the black man ain't nothing to be fought over. That's the truth, and that's
No,
the
that's
part.
not what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the truth. You don't have to say it, but we know our culture.
No.
All right, then, Well, I wasn't raised that way. I wasn't this, I wasn't that. So Becky was raised wrong. She was raised so let me put that back on camera. So every other woman that would know to fight for a high value man, they were raised wrong and you were raised right?
No, what I said was, and not to fight for a man. I wasn't raised to just intrude on that type of stuff. I said I wasn't raised.
What do you mean intrude? What do you mean intrude? Look, man.
That's cap. Now we already know that's cap. We already know that's cap. First of all, in general, most women, the guys that they're attracted to and they end up like saying becoming a girlfriend boyfriend with, most guys that they're attracted to like that, when they met them, they were already with another girl for the most part. Let's keep it a buck. Like most girls, when they're attracted to a certain type of dude and I'm talking about when they meet that dude for the first time, most times he already has another girl. Most times. He's not single. Most times. So when a woman says something like that, she's capped. She's lying. She's like, oh, I wasn't raised that. Please. Please.
Either you're single or you're married. But let me help you with something. My aunt helped me get over this bullshit when I was young. I'm going to help you. You ready for the help? Sure. My aunt told me, you try to play too nice, Kevin. Every time you find a woman that you like and she has a boyfriend, you try to do the nice and honorable thing and go find somebody else. That's a formula for being nice and alone. Unless you are married, you are single. Thank you to my aunt who's no longer here. She gave me a bit of advice that has helped me immensely over my life. It is blood sport. All is fair in war and what? All is fair in what? And war and what?
War and love.
Love. You want a man in the top 1%. If he is unmarried, he is what?
He's single.
Thank you. Now tell me what you weren't raised to do. You were raised to not fight for a black man, is what you were raised to do. And I'm checking that shit. Fight for the black men you want, or watch your top men go to Becky, Marisol, Malinga, Jamila, and you know goddamn well that they will cut your Achilles and your kneecaps just to sniff him. See, they don't like when I...
Yo, facts. Homie. I've seen women of other races talk crazy about black women just so they can make their woman look good to the black men that she wants to be with. Yeah, I've seen this. I did a video on the girl, if I'm not mistaken. I actually did a video on the girl. What's the actor's name? Columbus Short. And it was like that Hispanic girl talking crazy about how black women act a certain way. This is why black men only want to be with, like, women will do that. They'll do that. They'll be like, don't remember. Oh, how about those white girls that went viral when that black dude that one of them dated decided to date Meg Thee Stallion? And remember when they were just like, I thought he doesn't go for those type of girls. But she didn't want to say it. She didn't want to say it. This is when it comes to the men that they want, they'll pull it. They'll pull it. They'll pull it. But yeah, that clip to me was the highlight of the whole stream. But nobody in the comment section was talking about it, dog. I don't know what these top comments are looking like. A lot of them is RIP comments. But I remember when I saw the stream, I remember like most of the comments were like, did you see that girl in the middle with the single mom with it? No, I don't care. I don't care about that. I don't care. I don't care about none of that. I'm worried about chicks like this, the normie chicks. Because even a woman like this, she won't admit it, but she's let's keep it a buck. She's gonna get used by a pookie and then be mad at all black men later about it. That's the type of chick she is. This is a Cynthia G-ite, a Cynthia G disciple in training, or probably is a person that would, be Cynthia G adjacent. You know what I mean? People don't understand, like, a lot of the women that are pro Cynthia G that love her, they're not necessarily ratchet hood girls. A lot of those girls, from what I've seen from, like, Clubhouse and these YouTube videos that I would see from Undead Chronic sometimes, a lot of those chicks, they are educated. They grew up in the suburbs. They were sheltered, but a lot of them, what happens is because they don't have they don't they're not used to Pookie. So by the time they see Pookie for the first time, they fall head over heels for Pookie and they get played. I'm talking about, and not only play, I'm talking about burn. Maybe they get left with an STD they can't get rid of. They get left with a kid, with a dude that they didn't know, they didn't really do any background checks on the guy, and then they go on their black men hating spree after that. That's like, if you really listen to or look at the people that were really spreading that rhetoric, those were the type of black women that were part of her cabal. Blasian sensations. I always say this. I always try to. I am pro black people and Asian people getting together. They make the most beautiful offspring ever. No homo. All right. Truth Hunter says they're losing their men and still want to sit in their towers and act like a princess. Yeah, that basically sums it up. that basically sums it up right there. I mean, if that comment doesn't sum it up, I don't know what, what will. That basically sums it up. See, can I remove that? Yeah, I can. There we go. Pyro said the women over here think their poop can make a hamburger. Facts. Blatant, imagery, but that's one of the better ways to put it, actually. I remember what did Stephen A. Smith used to say? He used to say something funny. He used to be like, Stephen A. Smith used to say stuff like Skip, like he'll be making fun of Skip Bayless when he's fanboying over somebody. He's like when Tim Tebow farts, Skip calls it perfume. Oh man. Those old Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless clips, those are classics. Those are absolute classics. Those old Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless debates, they were peak entertainment. Peak entertainment. That's like peak sports entertainment. When Jay Crawford was the moderator. Yeah, when Jay Crawford was the moderator and Dana Jacobs and Prim would fill in for sometimes. She was a good moderator. It kind of went downhill once Molly Q came in the picture. I used to think it went downhill because Skip left, but really it was once Molly came in, it kind of went downhill from there. In like when she came in like 2014, it kind of went back downhill from there. Yeah, perfumes. Yeah. He used to say that. He said he farts, you call it perfume. Oh man. But anyway, that kind of sums up. I didn't even mean for that to happen, but that sums up the dating marketplace right there. You have decent dudes on a marketplace that are just not being picked up, or women are just not fighting for decent dudes no more. And these decent dudes are like, they're just gonna outsource. And people are wondering, why are these Caucasian dudes picking somebody from another race? I'm like, are y'all serious? I'm like, are y'all that tone deaf? And I'm talking about even like when we talk about Beard Son, the guy that made the tweet that went viral, where the woman said, I'm not in your league. He was shocked about all these women talking about all these ugly women adding him and saying you're not in her league. He was like, what is going on? But the average, like I'll say like the average like Caucasian conservative, nationalist type dude, they are embarrassingly slow on how the dating marketplace works right now. Harvest Desire said, what's your thoughts on the DJ academic situation? He gets everything that he deserves. Everything. But mind you, I've been very like neutral on academics. Like I've always say I don't trust him, even though I've had to defend him a couple times on this channel. I would always preface my comment. I'll be like, look, I don't trust this ninja. This dude, he's not a person I would want in my corner. He's just not. He's not a person to be trusted. He be doing weirdo stuff. He be doing fluffy stuff. I don't mess with. I don't mess with Ack. You know, but he got he keeps thinking because guys like that, he keeps thinking he can get away with these kind of things. The stuff that he said, like the stuff he said, talking to the stuff that he said to the young boy, which I will not repeat on this channel. I mean, I'm like, dude, who raised you? I'm sorry to steal from TK Kirkland, but god damn, like what where is his who is his who where's his upbringing? Where is he from? Like the stuff he does, I'm like, real niggas don't do stuff like that, man. He's just he's like, I've never, because he's just a person that I can't, even if he will say things that I agree with, I would always try to tell, even because my cousin likes him. My cousin likes him a lot, and I would be like, and I'll be trying to tell my cousin, I'll be like, bro, that guy, he ain't it, man. He ain't it. Yeah, I remember, what's it, my cousin and his ex, right? I remember, I would talk about Ack, and then my cousin would be like, nah, he's cool. And then my cousin's ex, she would just put her head down like this because she know Ack a whole ass nigga. He does things you know he's a whole ass nigga. You just know. And I was like, look, there's a lot of things I agree with Ack, but he's not to be trusted. He's not a person that I would allow on my stream. Like if I had a show, I would definitely like. I'm not inviting Ack as a guest on my show. I would rather interview, like, say if I had a chance, I would rather interview um I would rather interview what's his name? Modern Life Dating. I'd rather have him on my show than Ack. And Modern Life Dating, he has a crazy tumultuous history with women himself. But I think even he has some kind of a thing. I know he wouldn't say that to a young boy. The stuff that academics said, that's like, I don't care what you think your intentions are. Do you what? And then on top of that, what he first of all, I don't know if I might have said it in one of my videos, but what he said, when academics said what he said about LeBron and Drake and him possibly cheating and him I'm like, what kind of nigga does that? I was like, yo, this dude is, I'm like, did you guys hear the stuff he said about what he had heard Drake and LeBron allegedly did together with a girl in Toronto? I'm like, what kind of nigga do that? Who puts, I'm like, he makes Gen Z dudes look, he makes us look really bad. He makes us look, I'm talking about, he makes us look really bad. He's a terrible representative of Gen Z men, and just of a man in general. Like I there's no way I could hang out with a guy like that. I can't. Like, he might say some things I agree with thoughts from time to time, where I gotta defend his stuff, but I would always preface it like, I don't really fuck with this guy. Like, trust me, I don't mess with this guy. Yeah, Educated Tyrone said Ack is a weirdo and a half. So Pyro said he's like a Charlemagne. I'll say this: I'd rather have a Charlemagne on my podcast than an Ack. And Charlemagne, I don't trust that guy either. But Ack, he's really different type, like funny style type dude. Like a person like that you can't trust. Charlemagne, Charlemagne can be bought. Right? I feel like if you paid Charlemagne a certain amount of money, you can buy his loyalty, right? Charlemagne, he's just a regular plant. He can be bought. He can be bought. And Charlemagne has a questionable past himself with women. Like I remember like that. Yo, do some research behind Charlemagne the God, and when he talking about that story where he was with that 15-year-old girl and he was like 20 something. What the I'm like, what kind of 20 something year old hang out with a 15-year-old, 16-year-old? I'm like, oh, okay. And he out here talking crazy about everybody else, and you gotta pass like you do. Okay, bro. All right, man. It's one thing to text a bitch that's underage, but I'm talking about Charlemagne the God. I'm talking about he was like hanging with a bitch, and then something happened to her, and he act like he don't know what happened. Yeah, academics. Yes, he does have a Jamaican background. If I'm not mistaken, he was born in Jamaica and then he came to the States. If I'm not mistaken, but that is what he claims. He claims his Jamaican background hard. Yeah, he makes. Yeah, I'll say this: academics. He's a terrible representatives of Jamaicans. Like most of the Jamaicans I'd be seeing on the internet are mad cool. Academics is like the complete opposite. most Jamaicans that I be seeing on the internet, or they be going viral on the internet, they be funny as hell, or they be mad philosophical or cool as hell. Academics is not a good representative of of a Jamaican man. Terrible representative. Terrible. He's like academics is literally like all the negative stereotypes about Jamaicans that you hear about. All the negative stereotypes you hear about Jamaicans, that's academics. He's literally every negative stereotype. Man. So like how bad is he? Like what would he do for an example? Oh, academics or Charlemagne the God? Because Charlemagne, he's just a guy, he can be bought out, and he has a sketchy ass past himself. He said, I would rather stay away from your bracket. Yeah. Oh, academics. I don't got time. This the stuff that he does on the stuff that he says on his Twitch stream. The business that he'll the stuff that he tells on celebrities. The way he derides Drake like no other is already weird in and of itself, but the stuff that he reveals about other celebrities to the public, the stuff that he tells on other men, the fake news that he'll purposely put out there, the multiple times, I'm talking about, it's been many times Ack has been caught with in the DMs of underage people, not just girls, underage boys, saying to all types of reckless stuff. But that's a whole other issue. But I don't have time to list all. That's just off the top of my head. I don't have really all the time to go through all the things that I've seen him do, the whole shit that he would do. Or like I'll give you an example of the type of nigga he is. This is the type of nigga he is, man. Like I remember he did like something where on his channel before he got like super famous off his face, meaning people started noticing his face and stuff. Before he got super famous, he would do. I remember he did like a documentary on his channel where he was making fun of how young black boys would lose their life in Chicago due to gang violence, and he would make all types of skits and make fun of all that stuff. And look, it's fair, whatever, it's fair game, whatever. But then once he started getting a show on Complex, and then I remember Fredro Starr died or something. I think Fredro Starr had died, and then all of a sudden, oh, I want to send my condolences to Fredro Starr. I mean, the violence must stop. And I'm like, and Starr called him out. He's like, ain't you the same nigga that was doing that documentary making fun of these young black boys? Yeah, the war in Chirac. That's exactly who he was doing, all that shit. And then now Fredro Starr dies, and then he on Complex getting a little bit of change. Now he want to play all political and, oh, my condolences to this can't. And I was like, when I heard him do that, I was like, that son of a bitch. I was like, that son of a bitch. I'm like, did you do a whole war in Chirac? So I'm talking about, like, it was so blatantly disrespectful where I remember what's that rapper's name? Vic Mensa. He came on the show and checked him. he checked him on his own show. And had acts stumbling for words like a whole like a rat that like he is. He's just Erica Badu said it best. He's a mouse. He's literally Jerry the Mouse. That's academics. He's Jerry the Mouse. Erica Badu had me crying though in that episode. He was like, Erica Badu, like, during the whole episode, he's like, you remind me of somebody. You remind me. I can't put my, and it was like a whole 1 hour, 2 hour show. And then by the end of the show, it's like, I finally figured it out. You give me Jerry from Tom and Jerry. Damn. I was laughing. I was like, he is Jerry from this mouse ass nigga, man. But like I said, everything that's happening to academics, he deserves it. So you're not going to you're not going to see me defending Ac on much, especially from this point on. Like I and I'm the type of person, I will, if you're right or you make a good point, I will defend your point. But there's certain people you gotta just let them. You just gotta let them go, because Ac is a type of person. He's a bad dude. And I don't even really say, I don't really want to put that label on people, but the academics, he's just a bad dude. He's a bad dude. Yeah, he didn't stand on business. Yeah, Pyro, you right. He didn't stand on business. I'm like, you might as well just stand on what you were trolling all those, because I'm talking about, he was joking on, I'm talking about young boys basically being shot dead in Chirac in Chicago. And doing them little voices that he would do, and like that was edgy. That was edgy. So I wasn't killing him for OD for him for doing that. But then it's funny when you start getting some money, and then now a RIP happens, somebody gets killed, and all of a sudden you want to play political and act all. I'm like, who is? I was like, this nigga here, boy. I was like, wow, this dude really a hoe. This dude really a hoe. And oh yeah, I don't know if you remember when Joe Budden basically exposed DJ Academics of devil worship. I'll tell you, this nigga here, boy. He everything that happened to him, he got it coming, man. But he's the type of hoe ass nigga to act like, I don't see what the problem is. I don't know what I did to deserve this ass nigga. That's the type of dude he is. that's the type of dude he is. And he's dirty. He's definitely dirty. But anyway, that's all I got. That's all I got. He said even the afro that sees him as a rat, that must be sad. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, he's not a even chicks are pretty like wary of him. Like even I remember when him and his boys got like falsely accused of something. I didn't even want to cover the story because I'm like, I don't even fuck with that. And I warned a lot of people that I knew for a year. Like I'm like, Ag, he's just he's a dirty type of individual. He's the weirdo and that's that's a massive understatement when I'm saying that. Right. But yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it for today. That's all I got for today. That last Kevin Samuels clip that I showed you, that basically sums up the dating market right there. Sums it up. You got these regular ass broads that are still that they know where the decent dudes are. They just don't want to. They don't want to put no skin in the game to invest in a man. They think they want to be. They all think they can be like a 9 and 10, and they could just wait where they are and then just get the type of man that they want. Because they know they're not because really deep down they know they're not a 8, 9, and 10, and they know the type of guy that they want or a guy that's with them. They're gonna have to put in real work together, meaning she's gonna have to put some skin in the game. But obviously, there's risk to doing that. But that's just where you fall in the food chain. It is what it is. But anyways, that's all I have for today. People got to do some research on Riley Gaines' husband. We got to find out if he's a small hat. That's got to be the if we find out he's a small hat, that would be funny because his last name is sketchy because he has the most English last name that you can find. It's almost like whoever his grandparents were, they're like, man, we got to find a last name that will help us fit into this society. Let's get Barker. Barker. That sounds about right. I'm like, that is a very suspiciously, very typical English name. And I'm looking at him. I'm like, he don't look like a Barker. But that's just me. I'm like, he don't look like a Barker, but that's just me. But anyways, man, thank you guys for tuning in on this stream. I definitely went overtime. Some people like it though when I go overtime. But yeah, academics. He got everything that's coming for him right now. He deserves it, right? But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in on this stream. Tomorrow there's not gonna be a live stream, no. But there should be. There should be at least a video tomorrow. There's a lot of things I haven't touched on yet, but yeah, thank you guys for tuning in on the stream, and thank you, Garrett. Shout out to the War Band. Thank you for the $10. I always say this: my favorite collab moment with Undead Chronic so far. Before I leave the stream, my favorite moment so far was when we shared the stream and we were talking about Dr. Cheyenne Bryant and what she was saying on Cam Newton's show, and we were trying to dissect it. And then when I told Undead Chronic, when he asked, "Yo, how old is Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, by the way?" And I told her, and I told him the age, and I told him, I'm like, she's 43, and they were like, she's what? And they just started laughing. that was priceless. Because really, a lot of the stuff that's happening right now, it's really laughable. It's really laughable. You got the 2 out of 10s thinking that they're 9 out of 10s. They think they out of the average dude's league. You got people like Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, who's been exposed as a carpet muncher, first by Corey Holcomb, but now everybody started picking up on it. But these are the things that we haven't had. Got 40 women in their mid 40s talking about, I'm thinking about having a kid. Like, Yep. A lot of this stuff you just laugh at. You just laugh at it. You just laugh at it. But man, yeah, thank you guys for tuning in on the stream. Next live stream, I think I need to do a real RP Bible study or something like that. Not with the actual Bible, meaning there are clips from the originators that you need to see. And that if you haven't seen it yet, I think you're missing a big part of a mindset that men must have. There's a lot of rappers that have that have a message that most men must have. That's very RP adjacent. You know what I mean? But yeah, we'll get into that. That probably might be my next stream if nothing crazy happens. And I had to cover something else. So yeah, thank you guys. Take care. Thank you, Garrett Grant. Shout out to you for the $10. And peace out, everybody. The usual suspects, and we are out of here. Do I have an outro video? Oh, let's use this one right here. Let's use this one. Peace.
You know how the false prophet said, have you ever been swallowed? Hallelujah.